You are now tuned into Somewhere in the Middle with Soonie and Mo.
Hey, 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 hey. Hey, 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 hey.
Hey, Don on the beat.
Hey, I got so many ups.
Everywhere I go, I
got so many ups.
so many ups.
I know they plotting against me. I know it's hate, they wanna kill me, but please don't tempt me, cause I got so many glocks. Hey, ain't none of them empty. Jesus said they would hate me too. That's how I know it's envy. I got so many ups.
Hey guys, welcome back. Tuesday night show. Glad to see you here. Well, we were coming in here to talk about the New Hampshire primaries, and, and
It's already
were
over.
over. They were over before they started. It reminds me of a date I went on. It was like, wham bam, thank you, ma'am. Like the polls closed and Trump won on the Republican side, and I'm still trying to understand how they determined Biden won on the Democratic side, considering he wasn't even on the ballot. He had to be written in, and they still haven't counted all the written in votes. So I'm really confused about that.
According to them, it's symbolic. It's not an actual victory. It's just symbolic.
Oh, okay. Both of them.
No, just the write-in. So anybody who's not on the ballot can't win anyway, right? So it's just symbolic. This is according to Democrats. And listen, I'm tired, you guys. I do not have energy. I really don't. I barely spoke off camera. So if I'm not myself, it's not because I'm sick. I'm really tired. That's it. Sorry. But I was just reading a few articles on what that even means as far as Joe Biden goes and not being on the ballot. It was something about first in the nation. I'm assuming this is just solely optics.
Mm-hmm.
Because they didn't even give their constituents an opportunity to vote for who they actually wanted to vote for. I'm talking about Democrats. They just told you guys that Biden was your pick, and that was it.
Yeah.
It's got fucked up to me, but what do I know?
Yeah. I mean, we're kind of doing the same thing on the other side in a way, but anyways. So yeah, this was a little bit different from the last primary because there was like a little bit more like going on that we could kind of report on live time. And in this situation, there wasn't. The voting started earlier today. And like I said, the polls closed I think at 8 p.m. their time, which I think was over an hour ago. And here we are. So I don't know much about these primaries because, like I said, I'm kind of new to the primary game. I never really paid much attention in the primaries before. So I'm still as like a layman person in this whole thing. I'm just wondering, like, what is the point?
So this determines who's going to be selected for each of the political parties, who's going to actually be the nominee. You have to get 1,400 votes, I think it is, something like that. And each state offers them a certain amount of delegates. So they can either win all the delegates or they can barely win all the delegates, but there has to be a winner at the end of the day.
Right. And I get that, right? I get all that. But even still, you could like blow it away in the primaries, and then in the actual election, it could be a completely different thing. Like, it's just so crazy to me. And then I'm just kind of wondering, like, we're getting to a point now where we're like calling things this early on either candidate on either side. I don't know. I guess maybe I'm just like dumb. I guess I'm dumb and I don't get it. Maybe there's people that are like a little bit more understanding of what's going on here and why this is happening. I just don't get it.
Well, there's 84% of the vote in. I don't think she's not going to close up a damn near $20,000 vote gap. She lost.
Obviously now, but I'm saying like an hour and a half ago, like I said, they determined the winner 2 minutes after the polls closed, and it was like a lot smaller percentage. That's what I'm saying. Like now that makes sense.
Well, they had Nikki Haley as the winner first.
Oh, they
with
did?
6 votes in, with only 2% of the vote in. So I think it's just triggered based on the gap, who has more votes, if it's realistic enough for you to close the gap. If it's not, then I think it's safe to assume you've won. And I get why people feel this way because of the last election and everybody got all upset about the media determining who the president was. But it's 2024, guys. We're not in 2020 anymore. Got to move on from that.
Things are moving fast, apparently, in 2024. Super fast. Okay, cool. Well, we kind of jumped into that a little quick because just to tell you, if you were here for primary news, there's not much to tell. You know, we
Ain't
knew
got nothing for you.
we kind of knew that this was going to be the situation. We were just like here for, you know, the race, I guess, you know, to see. I don't know. But while you're coming in here, it's so weird because and unless it's on my end only, but I only see 2 comments up here and I see 19 people watching. So go ahead and
Yeah, it's
drop
on
a
your
comment.
end.
It is on my end?
Yep.
Huh. So you're seeing more comments?
Yeah, I see a bunch of people commenting.
Okay.
Hola.
Let me go back out. Let me refresh and then I'll come back.
Okay. I'd be crazy if I blew it. Does anybody know if Nikki Haley made a statement on her she got her ass whooped? I wanted to be extra and say catastrophic, but you know, let me have some decorum about myself, right? But I think Nikki Haley got really boosted up by the MIC. Nikki Haley spent millions upon millions upon millions of dollars, and she still lost.
Who are we talking about, Nikki?
You lost. Like I don't understand. You lost. She says, and I quote, why Nikki Haley says she won't drop out after losing New Hampshire. You've lost 2 states so far. You've lost 40 delegates in what's the name of that state we just did? Iowa.
Mm-hmm.
You just lost an additional 20 delegates right here in New Hampshire. And you don't want to drop out? This is why I won't say we, I want to speak for everybody. This is why most of the time women get a big fat badge of repealing the 19th, because you have no path forward to victory. At least DeSantis was smart enough to recognize that, and he said, all right, I'm a tap out.
Right.
I'm a tap out. She's gonna lose South Carolina.
You don't think her claim to brown fame is gonna save her? Like, you don't think that's gonna be her saving grace?
She's Elizabeth Warren as far as I'm concerned. If you're native, then I'm white. That's all I'm gonna say. If you're native, then I am Guatemalan, Puerto Rican, and all them other things mixed together.
Right. I gotta tell you, when I heard that, I was really blown away. That statement that she made. Did everybody who's watching right now see the statements that Nikki Haley made about her being teased as a brown girl? If you didn't and you want to see it, I can play it for you. It's quite entertaining. She's a runner-up to the Elizabeth Warrens, and yeah.
I don't think I've seen it. I'm trying to see it.
Oh, you haven't seen it? Okay. Let me play
the
it.
brown girl statement.
The brown girl statement.
No,
So just to kind of put some context around this. So she wrote in her book, apparently, I didn't even know she wrote a book or who's reading it, but she wrote in her book that she was in a beauty pageant and apparently kicked out of the beauty pageant. I don't know if she goes into it in this particular clip, but she was kicked out of the beauty pageant because the beauty pageant was only for white and black girls, and they didn't know what to do with her because they couldn't figure her out because her skin, like she wasn't in the skin tone range or something.
Wouldn't that fall under like bigotry and racism that she says doesn't exist in this country. I mean, some of those people could have been Republican, right?
Right. So especially where she's from, right? Okay. So let's listen. Oh, wait.
Indian family in our small southern town. I was teased every day.
Every day she was teased.
A lot of people got teased every day, Nikki.
So anyone that wants to question it can go back and look at what I've said on how hard it was to grow up in the deep South as a brown.
Oh, God. You just said America wasn't racist. And then you use a dog whistle of deep South. South Carolina is not the deep South. What the fuck is she talking about?
Just like Texas is in the South.
Texas is not the South. Texas is Midwest, but we're not going to get into that. The deep South is Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana. Like, that is deep in the South. South Carolina is not the deep South, bro. Listen, I'm 30 minutes away from Rock Hill. We ain't the deep South. What are you talking about?
Hey, Soonie, were you teased every day?
No. It's predominantly brown and black people there. So if anybody was teasing her, it was probably a bunch of niggas teasing her, if anything, because it wasn't no white people.
She was teased because she was brown. You understand that, right?
I never got teased for being brown. Yeah. It didn't happen. I'm sorry.
Okay.
That did not happen.
Let me finish.
Anybody can look at my record and see when Walter Scott was shot down by a dirty cop.
Wow.
The Walter Scott family.
Oh, I'm done.
We put the first body camera bill in the country in place. Anybody can look at the fact that when we had 9 amazing souls die in Mother Emanuel Church, I did something that no Republican or Democrat ever wanted to touch, which was call for the Confederate flag to come down because it would take 2/3 of the House and Senate.
What? Did you really use Walter Scott?
Oh, this is a good one. Yeah. It's hilarious. Like, this almost makes me want to read her book. It almost makes me want to read her book. Dude, the interviewer's face, Red Pill, was hilarious. Like, these two girls were just, first of all, why are there 2 of them interviewing her? Number one, I've never seen that before. But like, they're just sitting there like, is this bitch really saying I wish they would have had black women interview her, or at least one black girl. That would have been hilarious. Like, to show her face while she's saying this.
What is she insinuating about Walter Scott? That, like, she said his name, but what are you insinuating? I'm sorry. I'm going to like comb through that interview because how is any Republican or conservative even interested in her when she is spouting liberal talking points, which could be inflammatory towards police in this country, given Trump's last statement? So like, what are you doing? Right. What are you really doing, bro? What about Walter Scott? Didn't that cop go to jail for shooting him in the back for running away? I think so. Yeah. So that was a dirty cop. What the fuck does that have to do with South Carolina and brown and black people?
Well, she said she introduced the bill for the body cam.
But once again, what the fuck does that got to do with you being brown? Right. This is all about you being brown.
Yeah, I know.
Are you placing an indictment on cops? I don't know. Maybe I'm just I'm a deep thinker. I'm just wondering, like, where were you trying to go with this? I don't get it.
I'm telling you now. I feel
she is. Do you know what? She is Kamala Harris. She can make a sentence make sense, but you are connecting dots that don't deserve to be connected. And we know somebody else who likes to connect dots that they come out of nowhere. Yeah, just nowhere. I would love to know this. Man, I wish I could talk to Nikki Haley and be like, can you explain?
Maybe you should write to her.
That was interesting.
Like, well, let's see. I want to see. I didn't see the rest of the clip. Let me see how it ends.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Feet. I don't know what you're implying with that, but what I will tell you is saying that I had black friends is a source of pride. Saying that I had white friends is a source of pride. If you want to know what it was like growing up, I was disqualified from a beauty pageant because I wasn't white or black, because they didn't know where to put me.
Well, first of all, she couldn't even say that with a straight face. She couldn't even say that with a straight face.
Oh,
I have
Jesus.
never in my life heard of something like this. I got to keep going. Hold on.
So look, I know the hardships, the pain that come with racism. It's the reason that I fight bullies every day when it comes to racism, anti-Semitism, or hate, and I always will. If I didn't mention slavery on that day, it's because that's an automatic. There's always been, the Civil War's always been known about slavery. We were the only
Civil War was about states' rights, bitch. What are you talking about? Listen, Nikki Haley is a Democrat. Sorry to break it to y'all. I know a lot of people are like, she's better than Trump. No, the fuck she's not. No, she's not. You just got up there and said a whole bunch of half-truths. You did this. You did a lot of tap dancing. Bro, I know what racism... You said race. Can we get that clip? America never has been racist, right? Is that not what she said?
Yeah, she did say that. Mm-hmm.
So what are you talking about?
Can I just bring a positive to this? Because I like to do a little positive lining to everything. So Chad Jackson, creator of Uncle Tom, who all, like Johnny and Professor, they like hate him. They call him the Coon Caucus. And so Chad comments on this video and he writes cap, and Johnny Marbles and Professor Khalid, he says, this is the only time I will ever agree with Chad and the Coon Caucus. Hallelujah. Okay. She may actually bring people who were once divided together.
This nigga just called me a coon for making fun of Kamala Harris. This same dude. There ain't no hope for him. Professor, I know who that is. He just called me a hood rat. He literally just called me a hood rat for making fun of Kamala Harris. And he says, see, this is that anti-black rhetoric I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah.
She can't talk. She can't talk. I'm sorry. She's a big rhino. Yeah. I mean, if you guys want to listen to Trump speak, I'm going to, honestly, I don't want to listen to Trump speak. I don't know what he would say differently. But do you want to play it?
Speaking? I don't have it.
Yep.
Do you have it?
I do.
You know, we won New Hampshire 3 times now. Three. We win it every time. We win the primary. We win the generals. We've won it, and it's a very, very special place to me. It's very important. If you remember, in 2016, we came here and we needed that win, and we won by 21 points, and it was great. And today, I have to tell you, it was very interesting because I said, wow, what a great victory. But then somebody ran up to the stage all dressed up nicely when it was at 7. But now I just walked up and it's at 14. But she ran up when it was 7. And, you know, we have to do what's good for our party. And she was up and I said, wow, she's doing like a speech like she won. She didn't win, she lost. And you know, last week we had a little bit of a problem. And if you remember, Ron was very upset because she ran up and she pretended she won Iowa. And I looked around, I said, didn't she come in 3rd? Yeah, she came in 3rd. And then I looked at the polls. She was talking about most winnability, who's going to win. And I had one put up. I don't know if you see it, but I have one put up. We've won almost every single poll in the last 3 months against crooked Joe Biden. Almost every poll. And she doesn't win those polls. And she doesn't win those. This is not your typical victory speech, but let's not have somebody take a victory when she had a very bad night. She had a very bad night. And you have the now very unpopular governor of this state. This guy, he's got to be on something. I've never seen anybody with energy. He's like hopscotch. And, I'm watching this guy, and 2 weeks ago, he said, we're going to win in the landslide. We're going to win. About 3 days ago, he started saying, well, we want to do well. That's a big difference. But I walked out just now, we're 14 points up, and I don't know what it's going to be. But when she was up here, it was like 6 or 7. And, with like 7% of the vote counted. Now, let me just tell you, we had an unbelievable week last week in Iowa. We set a record. It was the best in the history of the caucus, in the history. And I remember I sort of had the same feeling. I'm up and I'm watching, and I said, she's taking a victory lap. And we beat her so badly. But Ron beat her also. Ron came in second and he left. She came in third and she's still hanging around. The other thing, she only got 25% of the Republican votes. I don't know if you saw that. Tremendous numbers of independents came out because in this state, because you have a governor that doesn't frankly know what the hell he's doing in this state, in the Republican primary, they accept Democrats to vote. In fact, I think they had 4,000 Democrats before October 6th. They already voted. Now, they're only voting because they want to make me look as bad as possible. Because if you remember, we won in 2016. And if you really remember, and if you want to play it straight, we also won in 2020. By more. And we did much better in 2020 than we did in 2016. But as they said, we lost by a whisker, just by a whisker. No. But we can't let that happen. You have to have people that speak up. I said, I can go up and I can say to everybody, oh, thank you for the victory. It's wonderful. Or I can go up and say, who the hell was the imposter that went up on the stage before and claimed a victory? She did very poorly, actually. She had to win.
Nigga, how many times you gonna say the same thing?
She's gonna win. She's gonna win. Then she failed badly. Now I have here, if he promises to do it in a minute or less, but the only person more angry than, let's say me, but I don't get too angry, I get even. The only person, because he was there, and he did fantastically well, by the way, and then he endorsed me. And we don't have to talk about Tim Scott, who, by the way, just got engaged, we have to tell you. And that's more important than all of this stuff. But a man that got to know her very well is Vivek. I said, Vivek, go up and say a few words about it. He has to do it in 1 minute or less. And then we're going to just say, we had one hell of a night tonight. And one other thing before Vivek comes. Do you see that poll? We're going to put it up. We have beaten Biden. You could almost say, who can't? Who the hell can't? The man can't put two sentences together. He can't find the stairs off a stage. Who can't? But Vivek, 1 minute or less. Go do it, Vivek.
What we saw tonight is America first defeating America last. That's what we saw tonight. If you want America last, you can go to Joe Biden. You got another.
Okay, Vivek Ramaswamy, assigned by Donald Trump to take hits at Nikki Haley. That's what seems to be happening right now.
Yeah, let him talk.
James Hellman, I want to just talk a little bit about what we heard from Donald Trump right there. When he was declaring his victory in Iowa,
see, they want to cut off Vivek because they know Vivek's about to go off.
Stuck to the script. Then he went off script and started lying and telling falsehoods about a variety of things, including what happened during his administration, what's happened during Biden's administration. Tonight, he seemed to not be able to resist James.
Why are they cutting him off?
His beefs list, right?
Yeah. Nobody gives a fuck about your commentary.
And it's up to us, we the people, to at long last say, hell no. We the people create a government that is accountable to us. And we the people have said tonight, we want, again, as we did in Iowa, Donald J. Trump. And so you want to actually speak truth. That's the truth tonight. And the only thing they're rooting for is an ugly thing that we don't want to see happen. That's what these people are rooting for, is playing to say long enough so the Reid Hoffmans and the ugly Democratic George Soros Jr.'s who are funding the lawsuits against Trump can prop up their puppet. We say no to that vision. I say the general election begins tonight, and this man will win it in a landslide. God bless you, Donald J. Trump. Vote Trump USA.
Very nice. Wasn't that nice? So this was a great evening, and I want to thank everybody in the audience, and I want to thank the people that are standing behind me. You know, I think we called it right. Immigration's a big deal, a very big deal. We have millions and millions of people flowing into our country illegally. We have no idea who the hell they are. They come from prisons, and they come from mental institutions, and it's just killing our country. And I'm talking about millions and millions and millions. They are drug dealers. They're everybody, and they come in just like walking right through. There's nobody to check, and there's nobody to vet. And we have a man with us tonight, Tom Homan, who is central casting. He's central casting. And I'd like you to say a few words about
remarks of the victor here in New Hampshire's Republican primary, former President Trump, at his watch party in Nashua, New Hampshire. And if you listen to Vivek Ramaswamy,
Why? Okay. Why is everybody cutting off?
Why are they doing that?
Understand.
That's interesting.
Who were convicted.
Well, guys, I can't find any news source that is actually showing their speech and what they're talking about. So, and C-SPAN is not live. For some reason, they're not covering this. They covered Iowa, but they're not covering this. It's pretty fucking odd.
That is really odd.
That was 7 days ago. Yeah, there's literally no live feed of them talking.
Gina said Fox.
Yeah, I'm not paying for Fox.
Oh, you don't have that anymore? Okay. Gina, Fox, we got to pay for. What about Rumble? Joe says MSNBC.
I found it.
They're for sure going to cut people off.
Iowa and you in New Hampshire, they've never had a loss. There's never been. So we're not going to be the first, I can tell you. And I just do want to reiterate the polls. We're way up on everybody. We're way up on Biden. And over the last couple of months, if you check, and you have to remember, in 2016, they were saying, oh, what does he know about elections? He's not going to win. He can't win. He can't. Well, we won. And we got millions, and you can check this, and I hope the cameras don't turn off because they hate this, but we got millions and millions of more votes the second time. Right, Mr. Congressman? Millions and millions of more votes. And but we had COVID, and they used COVID to cheat, and they did a lot of other things too. We're not going to let that happen, and that's still going along. We don't forget. You can never forget history, because if you forget, you never recover from it, and you repeat, and we're not going to repeat. We're going to have the greatest election success. We're going to turn our country around. If you take a look throughout the history of our country, if you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of this not great country right now, it's a country in decline, it's a troubled country, it's a failing country, frankly. But if you took the 10 worst presidents and put them together, the 10 worst, absolutely 10 worst. I used to say 5. Remember I started, I'd say 5. Then I said, wait a minute, we can add another 5. They would not have done the damage that crooked Joe Biden has done to our wonderful country. They would not have done the damage. There's never been anything like it. And you say, are they stupid people? I don't think so, because nobody can cheat that well if they're stupid. Do they hate our country? They must hate our country, because there's no other reason that they can be doing the things they do. Take a look. The taxes, they want to raise your taxes times 4. They want to
Hey,
let
Jacqueline.
the Trump tax cuts, the biggest tax cuts in the history of our country, they want them to expire. Your taxes are going to go through the roof.
You guys do me a
Take look
favor
at
and hit the like
regulations.
button
They're throwing
hard, the hearts,
regulations.
whatever you
can't
see in
breathe.
your
You can't even
feed.
breathe with what they're doing. You take a
Do
look at
us
our
that
border.
favor,
So
please.
bad. There's never been a border like this in the world. 4 years ago, we had the safest, best border in the United States. I built hundreds of miles of border wall.
Oh,
And there was-
gosh.
he didn't
Okay, see,
build
this is what I
hundreds of
don't
miles
like when he
because if there's
starts to
a
do
board
this.
laying on the ground, they say that's a renovation. They call it a renovation. If there's 2 nails laying from 50 years ago, they say, oh, that was a renovation. These are very dishonest people, and you're always fighting them. And just a little note to Nikki. She's not going to win. She's not going to win. But if she did, she would be under investigation by those people in 15 minutes. And I could tell you 5 reasons why already. Not big reasons, a little stuff that she doesn't want to talk about. But she will be under investigation within minutes. And so would Ron have been. But he decided to get out. He decided to get out. Now, Vivek, I don't think would be at all because he's perfect, right?
Oh, God.
And
Bro,
Tim
what?
Scott, I
You
know
just-
would never.
He called
There's
him-
no chance.
He called
Hey,
him
Tim, you want
corrupt.
to say something? Come on, come on. I want him to say something.
Crooked or something.
New Hampshire. The president said a double-digit win in New Hampshire, and you delivered a double-digit win for President Trump. But I'm going to invite you to my home state starting tomorrow, where this election is over. It is time for the Republican Party to coalesce around our nominee and the next president of the United States, Donald Trump. Let's get that party started tonight.
What a good guy. What a good man he is. But just remember, I did hear Nikki say, and now it's off to South Carolina. Well, I love South Carolina. I love it. But, you know, she forgot one thing. She forgot one thing. Next week, it's Nevada. Next week, it's Nevada. It's not South Carolina. We love South Carolina, but next week, it's Nevada. And I'm pleased to announce we just won Nevada. We just won 100%. Because all of them, they looked at it and they took polls, and I was polling at 95% to 4 or 5%, and they decided not to play in Nevada. So we just won Nevada. We have a man from Nevada here, Steve Wynn, wherever he may be, and John Paulson, the great John Paulson, made plenty of money in Nevada. Doesn't live there, but he makes a hell of a lot of money. He makes money everywhere he goes, actually. So money machine. Well, maybe we'll put you, you know what? Put him at Treasury. You want to make a little money? Let's put you. Anyways, good to have you guys. But we go to Nevada, and that's been won. So we pick up all of those delegates. And then we do go to South Carolina, where we've done really well, where I've done well. We have a great governor and lieutenant governor and great everything, because almost every one of them have endorsed me. 2 great senators, which is hard. I mean, did you ever think that she actually appointed you, Tim? And think of it, appointed, and you're the senator of his state, and she endorsed me. You must really hate her. No, it's a shame. It's a shame. Uh-oh.
I just love you.
No, that's good. That's why he's a great politician. That's why he's a great politician. So this is a great evening, and it is, you know, we are going to Nevada for a little while. We're not going to have to do too much. We have a great team there, but it's a team that we can now send someplace else. They did a fantastic job, but and it's a fantastic place, really a fantastic place. But we'll be leaving there very quickly. We'll head out to South Carolina, where I think we're going to win easily. I think we're 50 points up, 5-0. 5-0, 50 points up on a person that was governor. That tells you something. But I felt I should do this because I find in life you can't let people get away with bullshit. Okay? You just can't do that. Now, when I watched her in the fancy dress, that probably wasn't
You got
so
background noise, Mo.
come up, I said, what's she doing? We won. And she did the same thing last week, but he was much more angry about it than I was. I said, get up there and you let him know. We are going to win this. We have no choice. If we don't win, I think our country is finished. I do. I believe our country is finished. We have an opportunity to do something so amazing. And the good news, and the reason we have such support, the best numbers I've ever had, the reason we have support is because they are so bad at what they're doing and so evil, and they're destroying our country. So I want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank this group of people. We will never forget you. We will never forget. And I made a pledge. I made a pledge to your state that you have the highest energy costs in the country. In the first year, they're going to be reduced by 50% because we are going to drill, baby, drill. Drill, baby, drill. Inflation's going to come way down, but in the first year, your energy costs are going down by 50%. Thank you very much. We love you. Thank you very much. We'll see you soon. We'll see you on the trail. And thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. We will see you on the trail. Thanks.
Okay.
Well, that was interesting. Nothing to
Nothing to sneeze at.
Nothing to sneeze at.
I do want to ask the audience a question though. Well, there's only two people that said it, but can you help me understand what makes you think Senator Tim Scott's going to be the VP?
Because they just want a virtue signal.
This man has no qualifications. In fact, he's very much so pro-Israel, which means more of your dollars would be leaving this country to go to Israel.
Mm. Am I lagging?
Just want to know. I can't tell. You got to keep going.
Am I? Yeah, I'm lagging. I can see it. Okay, let me refresh. I'll come back. Something's going on here.
Okay.
Okay.
I had some chocolate, so I perked up. I got some white chocolate covered strawberries. It's actually good. He's not. VP pick will be Vivek. He's giving a victory speech. Well, you know Trump. Trump's a flashy dude. Before we move on, I do want to play this Nikki Haley. Nikki Haley, man. She's an interesting character.
Why? Thank you.
Interesting. New Hampshire. I sent you Nikki Haley's response on Instagram. I can't pull it up on my other computer.
Okay.
For some
Hopefully, my thing is not. I don't know what is going on. I think it was like a website I was on because sometimes these websites make my stream lag. 1 second. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Welcome back, Holly.
All right. Bringing it up.
Okay.
If it ever wants to come up. Man, I don't know what's going on. And it's weird because like my lighting got really dark in here all of a sudden. I don't know what's going on.
I know, I messaged you. I was like, you got a ghost over there? Your lights were flickering.
His victory tonight. He earned it. And I want to acknowledge that.
Ooh, it's like lagging like a mug.
Is it?
Yes. Is that YouTube?
No, I don't know what it's playing on. I just opened it from your message. Hold on.
Sorry, guys.
Hold on. I need to see if it's something that I'm on because let me just close these out. I'll just see if that helps.
You heard it, YouTube?
I had like 3 YouTubes open, so I don't know if maybe that's what's going on. Okay.
We did slightly talk about her comments on South Carolina. And I stood up for South Carolina because I'm like a hop, skip, and a jump away from Rock Hill. And right where Carowinds is. I'm from Charlotte. So when she's saying all these things, you're trying to relate to a demographic that is not your own, because nobody over here is even talking about Walter Scott anymore, because the guy who killed him unjustifiably is in jail. So you bringing up legislation that you propose is kind of odd, if you ask me. It's just kind of odd.
Okay. Shall we try it again?
Yeah.
I want to congratulate Donald Trump on his victory tonight. He earned it, and I want to acknowledge that. Now, you've all heard the chatter among the political class. They're falling all over themselves, saying this race is over. Well, I have news for all of them. New Hampshire is first in the nation. It is not the last in the nation.
Nikki, shut the fuck up, bro.
This race is far from over. There are dozens of states left to go.
And none of them will be voting for you.
And the
the
next
hell is
one
that guy?
is my sweet state of South Carolina.
We not rocking with you, Haley.
Campaign, there were 14.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Man, I ain't been going that long. All right. I ain't been going that long. I've been gone 4 years. Are you telling me the temperature has changed drastically? Are you? Listen, I know folks in York, South Carolina. That is Trump Nation. Most rural areas all over that. I'm trying to not curse, but like, dog, Nikki Haley, you gotta just tap out. Come on, please. This is getting real sad. Like to watch her get on the stage after every loss and pretend like she still has a shot at 240.
Right.
It's kind of sad to me. It makes me sad.
Well, like we said last time, she knows something we don't know. And to the person who said that those numbers are closer than you thought, just like I have a clip from, well, I don't even know if I sent it to myself, but I was watching a clip earlier on Twitter, and there was a guy on there, and he basically told the CNN reporter that he switched his party affiliation so he could vote for Nikki, but if it comes down to Nikki and Joe Biden, he'll vote for Joe Biden. So just know that a bunch of people are switching their party affiliation. That's what the Democrats have told them to do, so they can go and vote for Nikki Haley. So like those votes aren't even real. Now,
no, they're not.
What I'm interested in is the tea. Okay, I mean, I know we all know like she's a controlled puppet and blah blah blah, all the stuff that the social media tells you, right? But y'all remember that she had a place in Trump's cabinet at one point. Okay. She worked in the Trump administration as a UN ambassador. So
yes, she did.
Yeah. Like Trump appointed her to that. So my question is, what does he know about Nikki that we don't know, that he alluded to in his little speech? That's what I'm interested in. I'm interested in the dirt. Yeah.
I don't know. I'm trying to see some polls coming out of South Carolina. See if we can see where people are. All right, so these were some polls from last week. Listen, I know, guys, polls can be shaky. They're not always right, but so far they've been spot on, and Nikki Haley has been getting her ass handed to her This was January 18th. There was a 68-28 split. Trump is killing her by 40%. That same poll also yielded 64% to 25% Haley. They took another poll January 3rd. This lasted for one day. Out of 584 people, 54% went towards Trump, 25% went towards Haley. You go all the way back down to December of last year. This was a sample size of 1,087. I'm sorry. 49% Trump, 23% Haley. So I'm not sure where she is existing, but we can say it's not reality.
No, definitely not. I want to be where she is. She's somewhere cozied up next to Kamala, that's for sure.
Her and Kamala are one and the same. She just knows how to talk, but she does a lot of talking around things. Like, did I send you that video of her getting questioned on why she's wasting campaign money in states that she knows she's going to lose as far as like promotion? Did I send you that?
No.
She walked away. You know, she didn't answer the question. She walked away.
Can you pull it up?
It's actually on my Instagram. If you want to go to my Instagram, it's on there.
Okay, hold on. And you guys, we will be having a guest, kind of semi-guest co-host coming on to join us. Jaron, he is doing something before, so that's why he hasn't been on. He's going to be joining us a little bit later. So Jaron's super fun. He is a Democrat. He's not a conservative or a Republican, but he is a very interesting person to talk to for sure. Oh, I found it. I found the video.
You see it? Okay.
Yeah.
She exists in the temptation. In my mind, I want you to be. Yo, no, you didn't say that.
Okay, here we go.
No, that's Kamala. That's Kamala. I'm talking about Nikki.
Oh, Nikki.
Yeah. She.
This one?
Right there, right next to it. Yeah, right there.
Good. Dean, nice to meet
Nice
you.
to see you, Dean. Oh, I love that. We all get out and vote on Tuesday. It's important.
Yeah, so can I ask you just like a tiny question?
Yeah.
Do you think it's responsible for politicians to spend like $100 million in Iowa on TV ads, which go to mainly news stations that have lied to us for years, when there's homeless veterans out there that could use that money? When you didn't even come close to beating Trump, you spent like $100 million in TV ad money.
Do you know my husband?
That's fine, but I'm just saying.
That didn't answer the
media
question.
doesn't tell the truth. The whole reason you put commercials on.
Watch what she does, Mo.
My point is, you're not going to beat Trump, and
You know
all
what?
the money you're wasting could go to better causes.
I appreciate
That would make
that.
the Republican Party actually look better.
You know what? Last I saw, it was a democracy. So we're going to keep working for a good democracy. We're going to work for freedom. But thank you for your service.
Good.
to see you.
Nice to meet you.
Wow. You see how she disrespects veterans that don't agree with her? Well,
Yeah.
This is the epitome. Guys, when I tell you about there's a difference between enlisted and officers' wives, she is the epitome of an officer's wife.
Yeah.
Like, you don't even answer the man's question. Then you say, do you know that my husband's a veteran? And you throw off every critique that he gave to you, and then you walk away. And then you call America a democracy. Since when is America a democracy?
Right. But this is like, why do they keep trying to push that? You notice that? Like, they have been pushing that democracy word for a really long time.
It's Hegelian dialect. You should look that up. It's what it is.
Oh, Lord. I can hardly understand our
Oh, Lord.
dialect. You want me to look up a what dialect? I can't even understand the English dialect.
Hegelian dialect. She didn't know how to answer that
Hegelian?
question. She's not an idiot. She's not an idiot. Nikki Haley's not an idiot. She is not as smart as she would like to present herself, but I think that's because the natural state of women, we are not logical most times, and she's being very emotional and prideful in this race.
Yeah.
Instead of doing what's best for the country, she's out for Nikki Haley. That's it. You're not really interested in doing anything for this country, or you would have tapped out and said, you know what? We need to get all the support behind one candidate and we need to win this election. But that's not what's happening. It's more division. than anything. And to me, it's like childish division.
Mhm.
It's people's own personal beefs that are coming out in politics, and then we all eat it up as the viewers and the constituents. That's just my take on it.
Yeah, no, you're spot on. You're spot on. Well, let me speaking of things that we eat up as viewers and constituents. Aside from all there's a few things I want to talk about here. There's a few things I want to talk about. So Soonie hasn't seen this yet, but Benny Johnson posted this video, and I'm going to read to you the caption. It says, oh, hi, Emery. It says, bombshell audio reveals top Republican official tried to bribe Carrie Lake to not run for the Senate in Arizona. Quote, is there any companies out there or something that could just put her on the payroll to keep her out, okay, of running? So I want to play this because I want to know if you guys are as smart as I think you are. Okay? So let's play this, and you guys let me know what you think. Hold on one second.
What's going on? What is? I'm assuming this is our friend.
This is back east. There are very powerful people that want to keep you out.
I know they do.
But they're willing to put their money where their mouth is in a big way. So this conversation never happened.
This is crazy, though. They should want me. I'm a great candidate. People love me. These people are corrupt.
Well, maybe you're right.
They are right. They are corrupt.
Maybe. This never happened. Don't go. Do you ever though? I'll get myself in trouble. This, if you say no, which is fine, it's your choice. Don't tell people.
They're gonna try to have me murdered.
Not either. Today's world, man. If that stuff that came out last week is right about the cartel stuff, they say the cartel's operating in 50 states right now, like all 50. You know? So
I hope you guys heard what he said. He said the cartel is operating in 50 states right now, like all 50.
So what's going on? Who is it? What?
Forget the who. Let me just tell you the what. I just say there are people calling around saying, gosh, no, they can't repeat this. Never repeat this. If you say no, don't. If you say, I got offered to buy out. Don't use it. Because then we lose our ability to get things done in the future.
Here's my problem. Rather than just say, let's work with her. She's a great candidate. Because they don't own me. And it pisses me off.
Yeah, I said it's about ownership.
It's about control.
I don't know it's about control. It's about being on the team. I guess that's, you know what I mean?
They want to be on the team.
They want you to be on their team. Just team. You know?
But if they're pushing a globalist agenda, I can't do that. So what do they want? What do they want me to do?
They want you to stay out for 2 years. But I'll tell you what I can offer you. But I said you can do whatever she wants. Talking head, this and that. So the ask of me was, it's kind of funny. So the ask I got today from back east was, is there any companies out there or something that could just put her on the payroll and give her to keep her out? And I said, well, what do you want to do? Like, whatever we need to do.
This is about defeating Trump. And I think that's a bad thing for our country. DeSantis is not America first. This is about the final death blow to Trump. And I don't think that's good for our country.
And you know I love Trump. I love Trump.
It's not good for our country, Jeff.
It's not. But at the same time, I'm not even sure Trump can win. I don't know if he can win. I think what it really comes down to for a lot of people, it's not really about like control or agenda. It's just about the ability to raise money to win. You know, if you really want to know, all of politics boils down to money. I think. And even on their end, like what makes them the most money?
I know all these consultants don't want their payday to end. And I don't want to make a deal with these kind of people. This is a hill worth dying on. I'm not, if they're going to steal the election to make me and our movement go away, I'm not letting them do that. I owe it to the people of Arizona to carry their torch and their voice.
Or you don't go away, but you pause.
This is the battles right now, Jeff.
And refill your coffers.
No, the battle is right now. The battle is right now. And we don't have time to pause on this battlefield.
You're not. What you can't scratch their back. It's not afraid of you.
Yeah.
You don't have anything to offer them, and they're sitting around people that have something to offer them. You know what I mean? It's just it's a back scratching club. That's all DC is. It's a big back scratching club. You're in no position to scratch anybody's back, and you've already made it known that if you get there, you're not going to scratch anybody's back. I don't scratch people's back. You know, I've been on the outs with a lot of people for a long time because I don't scratch backs. You know, where are we in 2 years if they steal the election again?
Listen to what you're saying. Why don't we do something about it so that we the people can pick our...
What can we do?
I'm not willing to accept that. And I'm going to be the biggest pain in these people's... What? I can tell them that. I'm running and I'm going to be the biggest pain in their...
I'm willing to tell them that.
And they're going to have to kill me to stop me.
I know. Look.
You don't have to tell me.
Okay, so what did you think about that?
For me, it just confirmed what we already know, which is candidates get paid to throw off, candidates get paid to step aside, candidates get paid to speak a message. Another, I don't know, this popped in my head. This could totally be conjecture on my behalf, and I'm okay admitting that, but like, why her? You already know she's not one of those candidates that's going like put up with your shit. I would expect to be recorded because she touts herself as a person of integrity. I would record a conversation, and I think because people know that, I don't think that I would be approached with a lot of these opportunities. So why her?
Right. That's exactly what I thought. Is I was like, let me put it in these terms, right? So let's just say I spent our whole friendship telling you, Soonie, I'm never going to talk bad about you. I'm never going to say anything negative. I'm never going to talk to anybody else about you. Like, you can trust me, right? And then I go to you and I say, oh my God, guess what? So-and-so, so-and-so. And you know, like, I'm friends with this other person that I'm talking about, right? What would make you or me think, like, for me to even approach you to have that conversation or vice versa, there has to be something about me that tells you I can approach her. She's safe. I can tell her, hey, we kind of want to, like you're saying, we kind of want to make this deal. And I'm approaching you with this offer. Okay. That puts Carrie Lake in question in her integrity. No, that was my first thought. My second thought was the way she was talking to him and like America first, and the way, like, the things that she was saying, those are the buzzwords you use with like the general public. But is that how you really talk to like a coworker? You know what I mean? Like, we have to take back this country. We the people. You know what I mean? Like,
ooh, can I like propose something else? What if this is all bullshit and this is an attempt to bolster her Senate run?
That's what I think this is.
Because why would they come offer her anything? Like, why?
Right. Exactly.
I want to know what her polls looks like after this. We should really track that. Like, matter of fact, let's see where she is now. Where is Kari Lake polling?
Yeah. I mean, I'll be honest with you. Like, I said this to you when we were talking about who we think the VP pick would be, because she's been like trailing around with Trump on the campaign trail. And she's been very quiet on her end about the voter fraud in her state. And I'm like, why? Like, you spent this whole recording talking about making sure voter fraud doesn't happen again, yet I haven't really heard you talking about what you're doing to solve it. I just feel like her and this guy Jeff got together and they were like, "Hey, let's make this recording because this is scratching my back, I'll scratch yours type of situation." And like you said, this is going to make me look good. Yeah. Because everybody in the comments is like, protect Carrie Lake at all costs. Like, what was she saying? Oh, well, they're going to have to kill me. They're going to want to kill me. Like, what? I don't know.
I mean, I don't disagree with you. I really don't.
I'm going to say, you guys,
Senate.
If something fishy happens, you heard it here first. Just remember that.
All right. So let's go ahead and show her Senate race. Now, these are the polls for the 2024 Senate race out in Arizona. So you guys can see, like, I'm not pulling any funny business. I have no skin in the game when it comes to who wins or who loses. But I think as media, we are charged to give you a very objective and honest view of where she stands in the polls. And it doesn't look like she's winning by much. It fluctuates between 1% and 6%. Hasn't gone any higher in 2024. It goes all the way back to October. She's still neck and neck with this guy. So I don't know. I don't know.
Those numbers would be a good reason to pull a stunt like this. If you
it would be a good number.
It would be, right? And another thing, okay, technically this guy is trying to bribe her. That would be election interference, right?
Yes.
I'm assuming she didn't say, "Hey, Jeff, I'm going to record you right now." Right? If this was truly a leaked audio.
And why would he? I don't know.
In order
like, if
for
you
him
think
not
about
to
it,
sue the pants off of her for recording him without his consent.
Well, where did the conversation take place? That's another.
I don't know. She sounds like she's eating. They sound like they're in a room together. I don't know. None of that was disclosed.
Huh? I don't know, dude. Like, out of all the corruption we have, just think about this, guys. All the corruption we have in this country, all the speculation, all the talks about what happens at these, parties with these politicians, even down to influencers, political commentators. We have no proof of anything else, right? Of any of these claims outside of hearsay. But Kari Lake just drops a recording right in our hand where she's being bribed. I don't know.
Right.
I don't know. Maybe I'm being a bit of a skeptic. But I don't see why you would approach her of all people.
Right.
And this guy clearly has some shit to lose. I don't know.
He
I don't know.
In the video, you're in no position to scratch anybody's back. That's what he said to her. So I'm confused, and I'm trying to find this guy Jeff's page to see if he's made any
Jeff
statements. Yeah, because he's got to be hot right now. Like if this really was a oopsie daisy. Oops, I recorded our conversation. I don't know.
Huh.
It just seemed a little too easy for me. And then to see Benny Johnson post this first, I was like, oh, this has got shit smell all over it. Okay. It just smells dirty and scummy when
Republican Party chair caught. So to me, this is not, it's not surprising. This is something that most people with common sense know about the Republican Party. They don't want specific candidates running. To me, it's grandstanding. If I can get you guys to understand what I'm saying, we all know that they offer these people bribes. We all know that they're afraid of MAGA Republicans, whether it's Democrats or Republicans. They don't like this specific niche of people. It doesn't fall in line with the uniparty stance.
Right.
It doesn't. So, okay, you dropped an audio. And we already knew this was happening. That's why I mentioned earlier, like, we know all these things are happening. We don't have any information for him. And nobody's tripping out about, not information, but like actual proof. And nobody's tripping out about it or losing their minds. It's just like, okay, well, it's kind of par for the course type of thing. So why does this matter? Why is this breaking news? Especially if she already stated that she was bribed and you guys are like, see, it's true. But we all know that these candidates are bribed. It's not.
We already know. Hello, Hunter Biden, Burisma, like, come on, y'all. Come on.
Yeah.
Wake up.
Look, we saw her polling. We looked at her polling, right?
Yeah.
She's not kicking this dude's ass. It's between 1% and 6%, all the way back to October of last year.
She needs an edge.
There you go. To me, this is a publicity stunt. Who cares?
She just took a page out of Project Veritas's book, and that's all she did.
Yeah, that is really interesting.
Yeah, I told you.
This is what you were talking about. I was half asleep when you brought it up. I'm gonna be honest with you. It was like 6 in the morning.
Yeah.
I'm glad I didn't pay attention because I got to watch it and have a real reaction to it. But to me, it's just you're grandstanding. This was optics. This is I am not doing so great in the polls. I don't have a drastic gap between me and my contender, which is a Democrat by the name of Galeo. You don't have an edge on him. So how do you get an edge? You galvanize the Q-tards, the MAGA publicans, the Trumplicans. You bring up election fraud that you're doing nothing about because, like you said, she's been virtually quiet on a lot of these issues. And we're coming into another major election to where people are going to go out and vote and forget all about 1,000 Mules. What's it called? 1K Mules, whatever the hell that
10,000
movie was called. 10,000 Mules. Yeah. I'm sorry. People are going to get mad at me on Instagram. Listen, I'm calling cap on all of this.
But
I don't think anything's going to happen to Jeff DeWitt because Jeff DeWitt's been going around trying to make deals since probably before I was even paying attention to fucking politics. So, what are we doing?
But see, this leads back to why I originally brought this up is people just follow wherever the stream tells them to go. And they don't question anything, right? So like when Benny posted this and I went straight to the comments, I was just like, oh my gosh, people bought right into what she was trying to do because they're in the comments like, Carrie, VP, Carrie for VP. Oh, we need to protect her at all costs. Oh Lord. Oh Lord.
Hey man. I think we should really track her polling from this point on. If there is an increase, and then we know this helped her out major.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see. I'm sorry. I saw Gateway Pundit repost it.
Of course.
It's making its rounds, right? It's making its rounds. There's
funny.
There's a few conservative influencers that were heavily backing her when she was running for governor of Arizona that I'm going to watch to see if they do a video because that's going to tell me she picked up the phone and was like, hey, could you maybe do a video on this for me?
Do a video on this for me, yeah.
Yeah.
Well.
Because I haven't seen them talk about her since she lost. So anyways, I'm just saying, let me not be messy.
You're not being messy. It's truthful. She ran on election integrity. She lost. She challenged the votes in Arizona. Nothing came of that. She went on silent mode. Then boom, Kari Lake's back into the public eye with allegations of being bribed. Well, not even allegations. These are facts. We know it happens. But question is, what are you as a constituents going to do about it? If you're not going to put the proper person into Congress to enforce some rules on these people, then she's grandstanding, like I said before. Okay, you were bribed. Now what?
Yeah.
He's not going to be ousted. Y'all ousted Kevin McCarthy real quick.
Yeah.
What's wrong with this guy? Why is he still working? Why is the Republican Party not coming together to say, hey, this cannot go down. This is not how we operate. There's no breaking news blurb on Fox News. There's no breaking news blurb on Gateway Pundit, Right Side Broadcasting, OAN. I'm going to bring up all the right leaning. Has left leaning media even talked about this?
I haven't seen that. That's what I'm saying. I haven't
Get
seen
the fuck out of here.
This is new. Like, that's what I'm saying. I think we're probably the first people to talk about it aside from Benny Johnson.
Yeah.
But hey, I'm just saying, if somebody comes to you to bribe you, it's because you've taken a bribe before and they know you just might take one again. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We should make this a clip. I think people would get upset. You guys don't understand the vision. I don't. Because I was one of those people that was really triggered by election integrity.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just saying. That's a good story.
It is a good story. Yeah, it is. And we should watch it for sure. Since we're on the political spectrum and Trump mentioned the border in his speech, what he didn't mention, what was going on in Texas, I was hoping he would mention it, considering, and I just want to preface this by saying we don't have much information because we don't quite know on what the legal justification was for the Supreme Court ruling in the way it did. Specifically, Amy Coney Barrett, who was appointed by Trump, she sided with the Biden administration on what happened here in Texas. So
Kavanaugh too, right?
What's that? Yeah, Kavanaugh. I
Wasn't
think
that Kavanaugh too?
Let me read this, and I'll tell you.
Right.
I'll tell you who it was. Okay, so the U.S. Supreme Court, in a 5-4 vote, granted the Biden administration request to vacate the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals injunction in a case involving razor wire placed along the Texas border with Mexico. This is over in the Rio Grande area. The move paves the way for federal officials to remove the wire. Justice Clarence Thomas, Samuel Alito, Neil Gorsuch, and Brett Kavanaugh dissented, so they all voted against it. Texas has maintained that it needs to act on the border because the federal government has failed to stem the tide of migrant crossing from Mexico. Greg Abbott launched a state-led border security effort called Operation Lone Star in 2021. Since then, Texas has installed these razor wires, floating barriers in the Rio Grande, and added thousands of Texas state troopers and National Guard soldiers to patrol the parts of the state's 1,254 mile long border. Okay. So it looks, this particular article doesn't say, I don't know who the other judge is. And if somebody knows it, just put it in the chat. I don't know who the other judges that voted with the Biden administration, but here is what I know. And I haven't read this article, so that this may have more information. So what they're saying is, they're being tricky about it because what they're saying is, Roberts and Barrett, thank you, Red Pill, is that it's not that they just want to like remove the wire. What they're saying is that the people that once they get to the point of the Rio Grande where the wire is, they are technically in the United States. And the Border Patrol now has a legal obligation to process them at the border. But the problem is they're saying Border Patrol is being put in danger because Border Patrol has to go out there and grab these people that are all tied up in this wire and rescue them, and they're putting their lives at risk. So they're using that as an excuse. But here's the other thing is the Biden administration is saying, well, we're willing to discuss a deal if you guys want to loosen up on the money we want to give to Ukraine. So isn't that funny that they want us to unprotect our borders so they can go protect another country? and they're using the excuse of we're concerned for our Border Patrol agents who have to go risk their lives to save these idiots who decided to go, trape across the Rio Grande.
Hey man, it's an issue that we talk about all the time that will forever be a political talking point, and they really won't do anything about the border. I also read that this is just something temporary until the legality of the barriers is resolved in court. So the Supreme Court could very much so come back and say, yeah, no, we figured this out. They have the legal right to put this up. Or Supreme Court can keep its ruling, which a lot of people are upset about, based on the interpretation of what the federal government's power is in regards to regulating immigration and asylum law. It doesn't explicitly give them power. So right now we're just relying on the interpretation of the Supreme Court justices, which is their job, right? It is their job. But if it is ambiguous, I believe as a Supreme Court justice, you should be impartial and say, well, it's not explicitly stating that the federal government has jurisdiction over this, so it falls within the hands of the state. I feel like that's impartial, but that's not what's happening.
No.
Once again, it's election year. Like, it really is. Amy Coney Barrett voted in favor of lockdown laws. Amy Coney Barrett didn't want to have anything to do with Roe v. Wade. I'm not shocked by her ruling on these things. If anything, I think it's a shot at Trump's foresight and discernment on who he is proposing and putting forth as the Supreme Court justice.
Yeah. I mean, I would really love to hear what their decisions were based on. I wish they would make some type of a statement. What I understand,
usually they give dissenting.
Exactly. I understand that there's a court still, I think it's in Louisiana, that's the one that could still rule against this, and that would obviously reverse what was just done. But technically, I don't think that the state of Texas has to necessarily back down, right? So like, they can, federal agents can come in there and remove the wire, but that doesn't necessarily mean that Texas and the citizens of Texas or of that area can't protect their borders. So, well,
you already put the National Guard there, which is smart.
Yeah.
Put the National Guard there.
Yeah.
Like, use our military. I can't tell you how many times I've heard my husband say, I would go do border patrol in a heartbeat if it meant actually protecting the country and, the Constitution, because we're kind of just out here servicing jets. Like, they're not really doing much out here. I'm not taking away from our military presence here, but a lot of these guys would rather be doing something to protect the country. So I'm all for what Abbott is doing. You need to protect the border. You need to protect your citizens. I don't think people should get in an uproar yet and freak out. I think they should not wait and see what happens, but you should wait and see what happens, because it's out of your hands at this point as a constituent and a voter. You just have to hope that the Supreme Court justices do what they were put in that position to do. And if they don't, then you know what you need to do.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's real interesting. Amy Coney Barrett has 2 adopted children from Haiti, right? So I wonder, did this whole immigrant thing pull at her heartstrings? And, because she's got 2 kids that are from Haiti, and you never know, but those are things.
Yeah. Is she being impartial? That's a valid question.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. But anyways, we just wanted to come on here and remind you that Trump appointed her. But to be fair, the Bushes that we, say are corrupt and whatever, they got the letter at the funeral that was passed out to all the other presidents. There was something nefarious written in that letter. I just want to remind you, I think 2 of our favorite justices, Clarence Thomas and was it Alito? They were appointed by Bushes, and they're great judges. We love them.
Yeah.
So, hey, you never know, right? We could get a president that appoints a judge we don't like, and vice versa. You never know. It's a shit show out
maybe I think that, look, Bush was what Bush was. I liked Bush even as a young kid. I liked Bush. Bush was funny. He's probably the most idiotic dude in there that I've got to see. It didn't change until the war, but some presidents put people in positions based off of merit.
Yeah.
Regardless of where they stand on war and other social issues. And clearly these 2 people were placed there on merit because they judge accordingly. Like, they actually interpret the Constitution, which I like. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think Trump did that. I think Trump is a very egotistical man, and he says, wow, they're licking my nuts and they're conservative and I'm going to get praise for this. Let's go. You fit the bill. I could be wrong, but this is just what I'm seeing from my perspective.
Yeah. And she did meet a lot of qualifications that, people love to see. She's a white woman with a large family. 2 of the kids are Black. She's a Christian or a self-proclaimed Christian, and she, you know, she did the ultra MAGA thing and held up that little blank paper at the Senate hearing.
I remember that. That went viral. Well, yeah, because they accused her of writing something down and she pulled it up like, I'm not writing anything down.
Right. Yeah. Well, you know, and I was like, oh man, I remember when that was like a viral meme, right? And so today on my, I got to show you this today on my page. I was like, oh, I'm going to bring that back up again. Oh, by the way, I proposed a solution for the border, which I'd like to share really quick, so you guys can see. Oops. So I said here, this is what we should do.
Around.
Put alligators. Let's put alligators in the Rio Grande.
You fuck around, you find out.
You know what I mean?
Gotcha, bitch. He about to get our video snatched down with this music.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway,
when you're trying to find new and creative ways. Oh, I missed it.
Oh, I was
man.
like, when I'm trying to find new creative. It was when I'm trying to find new creative ways of telling people I told you so. And you don't follow him, but I love Amir Odom. He's gay.
Yeah.
But he posted this like video of him like going down a Soul Tray dance line, and he was just like dancing all crazy. And I was like, this is gonna be my new meme for like, I told you so. Yeah.
I gotcha. While we're still on the topic of politics, Liddell just sent me some interesting updates to the discussion we were having, as well as Holly. Thank you guys. Listen, I'm going to be honest with you. A lot of times this show doesn't work unless you guys are sending ever evolving updates. So anytime I'm getting an update is usually from people in my personal chat, FAFO, which I appreciate you all. And sometimes people who just watch the show and they want you to know that there's some more information. This is pretty interesting in regards to Nikki Haley. And it goes in line with what you had sent me, Liddell. And it goes in line with what we're all talking about here as right-leaning, I guess, Republican voters. Look at this. This is pretty interesting.
I think this jumps right out at you. A minority of voters in this first wave of the exit poll in the Republican primary identify as Republicans. A majority, 53%, identify as either independents, 45%, or, and this is a high number historically, 8% identify as Democrats. And I think this jumps right out at you. A minority of voters in this first wave of the exit poll in the Republican primary identify as Republicans.
They weren't Republican.
No, they were not.
They weren't.
They switched.
Just like you said earlier, a lot of people are like Nikki Haley or Biden, right? And then Liddell brought up a great point. If Nikki Haley is going to be anywhere near the political sphere, it won't happen with Republicans, but she may have a shot with Gavin Newsom, specifically because she does have the independent and Democrat vote. And she does not go all the way on pro-choice. She's very much so a feminist. So he says, this is Liddell's prediction. Nikki Haley might not be going anywhere. I don't think Joe Biden's going to run. I don't. He's too fucking old. No, we keep speculating on who it may be. Big Mike, Newsom. I don't think she would win. I'm just saying. Just think about what I'm saying here today, y'all.
I think about what you're saying. I think you underestimate. We talk about this all the time. Who ruins elections? Who ruins it?
What do you mean, who ruins elections?
What sex ruins elections?
Oh, women, for sure.
Yeah. Who's gonna be her number one support base?
Women.
And the gays. Okay. The gays and the women are going to land. I'm telling you.
Please don't say that.
Okay. And the New York Post posted this article, okay, just the other day. And I was like, oh, here we go. January 22nd. Hold on. My shit is slow. I'm not even going to pull it up right now because it's slow.
Oh,
I'm gonna
okay.
read it to
Never
you.
mind. My bad.
Okay. It says, could be Miss O in the Oval. That's what it says. Obama's wife is scratching to maybe be our next president. Her husband's helping. Pay attention. In the sicko political environment, semi-VPs itch to get you to write what they want. Then, for their own political purpose, tell you they doubt what you wrote. This person said, around May, Biden will announce he's not running. The so-called plot is that come August, Michelle will get nominated. That's what they're predicting.
Yeah.
Next step, Hunter's father, the temp, drops out just before that convention. For now, he still plays and acts like he's the real candidate. Announcing today, our dodo in chief would have to stop quacking and become a lame duck. Their plan is currently being tweaked. Telling you.
Hey, man.
I've been saying this.
Look, if Trump doesn't pick a brown person, a female, or a gay, this election is over for him. If they're going to be throwing wrenches in the whole equation, all right, you better be prepared, Mr. Trump. And conservatives, including myself, not even myself, but conservative Christians who are voting.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you're going to just not participate, don't bitch about who the pick is, because they're going to base it off of popularity. They are.
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to base it off of our morals. They're not going to base it off of our values. They may talk to this base and say things that make us feel good, but they want to win an election. Trump wants to win an election. I already thought it's going to be Richard Grenell or Ramaswamy. You need a brown person. There's another faction of voters that don't ever get thrown into the equation, and that is the younger generation. There's a lot of these motherfuckers coming out of high school. They're in college right now. They're being galvanized. So I just hope people are ready for the shift that is going to happen in politics.
I just feel like everything you just said convinced me even more that Michelle's going to be their front runner. You said brown person, check. Gay person, check. Woman, check. Young people, she's always up in front of young people.
Yeah.
Okay.
Check.
She's always up in front of young, and like what Michelle says here, she's incredibly popular amongst women, gays, minorities, and even moderate Democrats. I know people don't want to admit that, but that is the truth. Okay, Michelle has a lot of likability. I'm just telling you.
Tucker is not a good candidate for VP. I'm sorry.
No, and stop saying it. Let's stop with the Tucker nonsense. Okay, the other thing I'm going to say is this. I'm going to say right now, this is not how I want it to go. I would like it to be a landslide election. You guys,
it won't be a landslide.
It's not going to be I feel like it's going to be uncomfortably close.
It's going to come down to the wire. For sure.
Yeah.
To the wire.
We are going to be on edge. Okay. So the day the election happens, y'all better go do yoga, smoke a little something, drink a little something. Like, I need y'all to be.
Oh, man.
Like, we for sure are doing a show election night.
Yeah. Hopefully we can come together and do a show on election night, because I'll be home.
Oh, shit.
Like, I have to fly out. Something has to happen.
We have to do something. We have to do it big. And I want to be the only channel that streams the entire time. Like, we ain't going to bed. We watching cameras. We watching cameras in the polling station. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're gonna be watching the rubies at the polling station. For any
cameras everywhere.
I want to be the one. I want to be the show that does that. When everybody else is like, all right, y'all, we're going to go to sleep and then we'll see how it turns out.
Tapping out.
Nope. No, we're not going to tap out. We're going all the way.
Yeah. Let's see. Young people are still pissed at what Michelle did to their school lunches. You know what? I really did feel some type of way. I was still in school when she did that. We had honey buns and Pop-Tarts in our vending machines, and it went to them nasty ass oven baked Lay's chips.
Yeah. Yep. School lunches were popping before.
I remember. I'm not even a kid no more. I'm 33 and I still got an issue with that.
Mm-hmm. That greasy pizza that was so good.
Obesity went through the roof of young people, so her lunch plan didn't do shit.
Actually, yeah, obesity's worse now than it ever was. First of all. Yeah.
God. Let me see. By the time the election is here, people are going to get tired of Democrats, really tired. Hey, listen. Don't underestimate these ignorant voters that are neither Democrat nor Republican. All right. Don't underestimate the independent vote. I know we tout the independent vote and how important it is, but look, independents are just as stupid as left-leaning people or right-leaning people because they exist in the middle. And I don't think a lot of them have the discernment to pick up on who's telling them the truth or not. It's usually who's saying things to make you feel good. So don't underestimate it. People may be tired of Democrats, but people are as equally tired of Republicans, bro. People are sick of both political factions in this country. They're tired. I'm getting my dual citizenship. I refuse to be bound to one country anymore. Oh, God. Good luck with that.
That's funny. That's funny. Hey, y'all better sign up to work these polls in your area. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
That's true. Good point.
Anyways, is that all we have for political news before we move on?
We talked about the border. Yeah, I think so. That's all we got.
Okay, we talked about the border. Did you ever figure out what that Fannie Willis credit card shit was all about? I never.
No, I asked because I didn't like. I just don't pay attention to the hearings, and I don't pay attention to any of that.
Okay.
I have no clue. I don't know why Trump put it out, but he put that it unequivocally proves something. I don't know what it proved, but Trump felt like it was important enough to put it out, and people on the right went nuts.
Yeah.
Look, credit card statements. I'm like, okay, for trips, and what does that mean? Like, what does this mean?
What does it mean? Explain it. Okay. Well, I have a quick story. And while I'm talking about this story, I know you want to talk about Shannon Sharp. You wanted to talk about Shannon Sharp and his gay friend?
I want to talk about Owen Benjamin and Shannon Sharp.
Okay. Well, first, while you pull all the stuff up for that, I'm going to talk about Jeezy and Jeannie Mai.
Oh, Lord, what happened with them?
So, although Jeezy and Jeannie Mai signed a prenup, she's asking the judge in their divorce proceedings to throw out the prenup because she didn't have time to read it and fully understand what she was signing. If the judge allows this, she will be seeking half of his assets with the prenup.
What?
Okay. Oh yeah. She out to ruin this man. She is out to ruin this man. Okay. And you know what else? I'm so annoyed with her because her Instagram, all she's been doing is like
thirst trapping
herself. Thirst trapping like crazy. Like Jeezy, he ain't doing nothing. He's promoting his book. You know, he went and did a few interviews, but he's been laying pretty low, right? Like she's out there thirst trapping hard. And I'm just like, you look so dumb. You look so dumb.
Oh,
anyway,
Lord.
So she filed a request Tuesday afternoon in the Fulton County Superior Court. Like, don't they got enough to do? Okay. The Fulton County Court, the mess that they like the cases they're involved in.
They got enough. Leave them alone.
She's asking the judge to deny Jeezy's motion to enforce the prenup, or at least hold off on enforcing it until the parties can exchange info about it. You're telling me your lawyer didn't read the damn prenup? In the docs obtained by TMZ, Jeannie Mai says the prenup process was so quick. They started negotiating just 5 days before she walked down the aisle. She doesn't think she was able to do her proper due diligence in the agreement. Right.
Bruh.
Right.
They weren't even married for a full year, were they?
No, I don't think so. I don't even think so. Basically, she didn't go through Jeezy's financial disclosures with a fine-tooth comb to make sure she was getting a fair deal, saying The truncated window raises significant concern about the adequacy and thoroughness of the due diligence process. She's also calling Jeezy out, saying she has significant reservations about her ex's financial disclosure. Her legal team says the rapper only handed over one personal financial statement with approximate taxes and insists she was legally entitled to a thorough examination of all documents. Okay. Jeezy filed from a divorce from her. I want to remind you, not the other way around, saying it was irretrievably broken. Okay. Jeezy has yet to comment on this. But yeah, that's what we know so far. This woman's rotten to the core.
I'm sorry. I have to go grab a rice cake for this one.
You had to go get a rice cake.
Did you marry him for his money or for love? That's what I would ask her. And I would also ask her, why do you feel entitled to any of this man's money?
Yeah.
Leave. If you're trying to start over, you want your privacy, why make this a public spectacle constantly?
Mm-hmm.
Or honestly, because who's leaking this information to the blogs?
Mm-hmm.
The blogs are not checking for Jeannie, Mai, and Jeezy. They don't give a shit about that.
Well, Jeezy sure ain't talking about it.
Who is leaking this information?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh.
It's sus.
Why are women such whores, man? Whore.
I don't know. You got your
Sorry,
Shannon
y'all.
Sharp story?
I do. Y'all remember when Shannon Sharp was on Club Shay Shay, which is already suspect in itself, that a grown man has a show called Nightcap Club Shay Shay where he sits up there gossiping like a cackling hen. Y'all remember when he said, if she can't sleep in the bed with the dog, because the dog is going to be sleeping in the bed, the dog is going to be eating at the kitchen table, I don't want her. Y'all remember when we had that conversation? I wish we could flash back.
Yeah. Yeah.
And play the clip.
I remember.
Right? And I said, you're gay because you're choosing a dog over vagina. And you talk about how you be breaking backs and doing all this nasty stuff on your show. But that didn't translate to actual real life. When you have the opportunity to choose a woman, you pick a dog. That's something a woman would do. So I'm scrolling and I come across some photos of Shannon Sharp with his alleged gay friend. Now, I'm married to a man.
He's gay. It ain't alleged. He's gay.
I'm not trying to get slapped for slander because you know how the flaggets can be. Mm-hmm. Look, I don't know any straight man, and I'm going to make this a declaration. I don't care who feels any way about it. I don't know any straight man that is going to go publicly to several games with an open flamer. I don't. What is this? This is multiple games where you're with this dude. And you got him courtside. You didn't bring a nice woman that looks good on your arm. You brought a whole ass gay man. And y'all want to tell me this man ain't gay? Oh, it's his stylist. Nigga, who you fooling? Who are you fooling, bro? Nah, buddy. You gay as hell.
I have to say no comment. As hell. You know, I'm not out to I like him. I don't care if he's gay. I mean,
you can't just keep it a stack though. One good time. Come on.
I mean, listen.
Come on, Mo.
Here's the thing about it. I think I don't remember the story because this is an old story that has resurfaced again about him and this guy. They've been friends for a long time. I think the guy started out as his stylist. He's no longer his stylist, but they remained friends for a long time. I don't know. I mean, I hear Shannon talk about women all the time and, all his little hookups with girls and all this other stuff. So maybe he's bi, but I don't know. I don't really care in this case.
Mo. I need another rice cake. You're killing me. You're killing me. He said he would look. I'm not the only person even offering commentary on this. Shannon Sharp says he'd rather have a dog in his bed instead of a woman. What man do you know that would honestly want that? Like, unless he's gay. Unless he's gay. You ain't gotta call him gay. If you feel more comfortable calling him bi, call him bi. But
Yeah,
like, come on,
I think
dog.
he might be. Maybe he's bi. But at the same time, I don't really care. Like, I just find him entertaining. I don't know. I mean,
This just goes to the topic that women support men being emasculated. Y'all like gay men.
no, I don't support it. I'm just saying I like his show. I don't really care what the man's doing in his bedroom. I don't really care.
Hey, Mill has no commentary. Silence is telling. He ain't got nothing to say.
She wants me to talk. She wants me to talk bad about him so bad.
No, I don't. I want you to be honest. That comes off as gay.
Like, I can see how it would come off as sus for sure.
Oh, let me pull these pictures back up real quick.
But he's an old cat. Okay, he had his share of women. You know what I mean? He was a former athlete. He's probably sick of women by this point.
Dude, my dad is almost 60 years old. He ain't pulling up to no game with no. I want to say it so bad. He ain't pulling up to no game with no gay man. He ain't doing it. And that soul patch, Mr. Shannon Sharp.
Soul patch? What does that mean?
That right here. The piece of hair, that man. Sis, come on out the closet. It's okay.
Me? Oh, I was like, I'm not in the closet.
Come on out. It's 2023. People will accept you. Nobody's gonna bash you. No, I will, but nobody in your community. Stephen A. Smith will come out and sing your praises because he likes the gays too. I'm a little concerned about him too, his antics. But I just thought that was a full circle moment because I remember us having that discussion. I was like, this nigga is gay. I'm not gonna go courtside with a lesbian nowhere. I don't care if you're designing my clothes or putting my stuff together for any event that I go to. You're not coming to me with no game. I'm not bringing you with me to a game, and we're not sitting courtside together. We won't be seen in public anywhere together.
See, and that's the difference between you and I, because like I would go out with somebody who's gay. I would be seen with somebody who's gay, a female, whatever. It wouldn't matter to me. Like, but that I would tell you, I'm not gay.
Bro, you'll see me at a courtside game with Bryson. Hell, I'll even go a right wing angel before I go with any openly gay man.
Okay, wait. Let me read. So I just pulled this up, and pardon me if this doesn't make sense, but I just pulled this up. So this is talking about the origin of this rumor. So this rumor goes back to 2016. Now, I will say, if he was gay, wouldn't somebody have come out by now? Like with a story about it? I'm just going to say this, okay? But it says here, the speculation that Shannon Sharp is gay emerged in 2016 when comedian Faison Love alleged it on a show. Love, who previously collaborated with Sharp, claimed to have witnessed Sharp engaging in homosexual acts. Love did not present any supporting evidence.
Oh, hey, I'm stopping you. Neither did Will Smith. Nope, neither did Will Smith's bodyguard, but y'all was like, why you don't believe this?
Because Will Smith has been on camera talk about he knows how to please a man. Like, well, okay, wait. So hold on. Sharp engaging in homosexual acts. Love did not present any supporting evidence and acknowledged he acknowledged he had a personal conflict with Sharp, asserting that he was responding to perceived disrespect. Sharp responded to the rumors, saying, while he did not directly address the gay rumors, he subtly addressed Love's comments in one show. He dismissed the allegations, emphasizing that they were baseless allegations wouldn't hinder him. Sharp also defended his stance on homosexuality, stating he was not a homophobic and expressed
Ain't that what he be doing?
You said and expressed respect for the LGBTQ community. Public response to the rumor was divided. Some believed Love's claims, criticizing Sharp for alleged dishonesty and hypocrisy. They contended that Sharp should embrace his true self and accused him of mocking the LGBT community. Others doubted Love's motives, supporting Sharp's authenticity and humor. Conclusion: the question of Shannon Sharp's sexual orientation remains unresolved and unconfirmed. Only Sharp knows the truth.
You know what? Can you keep going real quick? I just need you to keep going real quick. It's gonna take me. Just fill in for me because I got something for you.
Oh Lord,
I got something for you.
She can come back with something. Okay, well, I'll fill in really quick. So let's talk about these Jordans for rent. Okay, this is so ghetto. I'm gonna talk to the let's go straight into ghetto news. So I saw this article that stated Rent-A-Center is renting out Jordans for $19.99 a week. Okay. I want to preface that this is at one Rent-A-Center. So P, if you're watching, because P was like, I'm going to a Rent-A-Center tomorrow, okay, to see if this is for real. If you're watching P, it says a Rent-A-Center. I don't know if this is at all Rent-A-Centers, but these Air Jordan 5 Racer Blues sell for about $300 on secondary sneaker sites. The offer is $375 to buy them. After passing $375 in rentals, there's an offer to then buy the shoe for $525. And if you rent them for a year, you keep them for $1,050. This is crazy.
You get to lay. This is layaway, pretty much on some J's.
Basically.
Oh Lord.
That's
hey,
so
look.
dumb.
On the last subject, this is all I got for you. Okay.
Hell no, to the no, no, no. Hell to the no, hell to the no, to the no, no, no.
I'm just talking about you in that last subject, in that article that you were trying to read to redeem this man. Well, it was never, it came out in 2016. Diddy has been gay since probably before I was really even paying attention to music. Jamie Foxx came out about Diddy. Now, mind you, there's no proof of any of this.
But there is proof because he said they used to go off on the Frosted Flakes in bed when he was interviewed by.
Wait, the key point is they said.
No, Diddy said this. Diddy said, interviewing with Kevin Hart, that him and Usher used to play in bed off the Frosted Flakes. And then he corrected himself. He was like, I mean, yeah.
Listen, dog.
Anyway,
what is this? Man goes viral. What is this?
So listen, I really want to talk about this. So man goes viral after he sends girls home that stay over with a goodie bag. Okay, now this goodie bag reads, thanks for your time, send off bag. Okay, he got some nut. It looks like he got some nuts in there, a Lipton iced tea, a bag of Doritos, $40, and a sandwich. Okay.
Wait a minute. He got some green. He got some weed. He got some
oh, there's weed in there?
Some blunts back there.
Oh, is that what that is? Okay.
It looked like some blunts.
Okay.
$129. Listen, I know the price. I sure do.
So she wrote, what the fuck? I couldn't wait to get to the car to post the shit. So I stayed at this dude's house, and before I left, he said, grab a bag. So he had like a little basket of these bags. Now, at first I was like, this is ghetto. Okay.
It is.
But then I was like, this is quite like if you and listen to me now, hear me out. If you're an overnight sensation, right? Like, you about to be a hit it and quit it for the night. Okay. I think this is a nice little party gift. I will beg to differ. Okay. That most girls go home with nothing but a venereal disease and possibly a baby. He at least sends you home with some snacks and some money for your Uber. I'm just saying.
Do you know what that makes her?
A whore. If you're going to subject yourself to this, hey, this guy's doing more than he needs to do. just saying, he's doing more than he needs to do.
Hey, man. He paid her $40 for a good time and gave her a bag of Doritos.
Yeah.
And a dry ass look like peanut butter and jelly sandwich with some Lipton iced tea, a bag of blunts.
I would have been
That
happy.
is not
Listen,
what
aside from the blood, okay, if I was this type of woman, okay, aside from the bloods, because I don't do that, okay, I would be happy with some snacks and a drink, you know, like after a lot, like you get cotton mouth, you might be a little hungry. This is and he gave you money.
Hell no. To the no. Hell to the no.
Now, I would have said, because he said, go ahead and grab a bag on your way out. Okay, so clearly he had a bunch of bags. I would have been like, what is this? Like, you got this many chicks coming through here? Listen.
And you one of them.
I wouldn't be one of them. I'm just saying, if I was a girl like
No,
this.
I'm speaking in general.
Oh, okay.
In general. I cannot believe
Jaron!
I cannot believe you.
He's here just in time for this perfect subject.
Wait, what happened? Okay, where am I at?
Okay, first of all, ladies and gentlemen, this is Jaron
Hi,
from the
Soonie.
Free Dope
I know.
podcast. He is my favorite liberal.
Yeah, that's me.
We're just gonna jump you right in, and then you could tell people about yourself, because
Okay.
I need a tiebreaker on this. Okay.
Okay, what's up?
Okay, so this guy went viral after he sent a girl home with this goodie bag. Okay, now this goodie bag, Soonie says there's some blunts in here. There's some Lipton iced tea, a bag of Doritos, $40, and a sandwich. Okay,
all right.
And it says on there, "Thanks for your time, send off bag." Okay, and she wrote on here, "I couldn't wait to get out of this dude's house. Before I left, he told me to grab a bag." This is what I said. Okay.
Okay, all right.
Now, if I were this type of girl that just goes home with random dudes, I think this is very generous, if you ask me.
It very much is. I mean, like, the fact that he included $40 in the bag as well.
Yeah.
As the Lipton iced tea. I mean, that's very generous, because usually it's just, you're done.
Bye.
It's time for you to go home and that's it. Bye.
Yeah. It's time for you to go home. And you go
Yeah.
home with herpes or a baby. Right?
I mean, I don't know about that part right there, but
I'm just saying.
you go on with some parting gifts for sure, but yeah.
Soonie, this is Jaron. Jaron, this is Soonie.
Hi, Soonie.
What's
nice
up?
to meet you. I've heard a ton about you.
Yes.
I'm sure. Yeah. Hopefully it was all good.
Oh, it was all great.
Yeah. We're just now getting into the fun topics.
Okay.
Why don't you tell our people a little bit about yourself? Because you kind of came in the middle of the show, but we've been wanting to get you on the show for a while. I did your show. I wanted to bring you on here.
You and I met through Instagram.
Yeah.
Became quick friends through the gram. You came on my podcast. I also do a show on Sirius. I talk between songs on a music channel.
Yeah.
So that's my regular day job. And then I just like to talk about politics. I'll call myself a liberal just because of the fact that I tend to side more with the policies that come out of the left than the right, but I'm more in the middle, I would say, but I lean left.
Yeah.
I'm very issue by issue.
Yeah.
And some issues I agree with, the right on, right? But at this current state in time, I'm more on the left.
But you're not a Biden supporter.
Oh, no, not at all.
And you don't like Kamala.
Nope, I don't like her. I'm from California as well, so I knew her when she was San Francisco DA, right?
Uh-huh.
So I've heard of her. I pretty much have been a part of her or witnessing her come up. I don't like Gavin either. I just don't like a lot of California politics in general, but I will choose to stay here because I think everywhere else is worse.
Yeah. Really? You think that?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Because I'm more of just let me live my life, do what I want to do, stay on my business, take care of, keep my taxes low, right? I don't, yes, I am pro-choice because for my personal life, no, I'm not pro-choice.
Mm-hmm.
And we're actually having we're I think 6 months.
Yeah. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
He's having a baby.
Yeah. So my personal life, I'm not I am, personal life, I'm pro-life, right? but like my personal opinions shouldn't affect how somebody else chooses to exercise that part of their life.
Yeah.
That makes sense. So that's why I'm pro-choice, because everybody should have the choice to life, choice to terminate.
They said you're a liberal.
They think that I'm a liberal then.
See, I feel like you're kind of like, I feel like you're more kind of like independent.
Yeah, I'm just like, just leave me the hell alone.
Or a
honestly.
centrist like me. What did you call me? Is that what you call me, Soonie? Not a centrist, a middle. What did you call me?
You are not a centrist. I'm gonna need you to like get up on your political lingo before you start attaching labels to yourself.
First of all, what did you say? I'm a moderate.
You are a moderate.
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm a moderate.
But I think a lot of people are moderates.
Yeah.
I think we're forced
Not
to pick
Soonie.
a side.
Not Soonie.
Really?
Hey, I'm not ashamed. Society will try to shame me, but I don't give a fuck.
Where do you fall at, Soonie?
If someone called me extreme right, some would say that I'm conservative at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not interested in any moderate or progressive change. I understand social change and being up with the times and technology.
Mm-hmm.
I'm okay with that. But the second you start to try to change society and force me to think a certain way, and then that trickles down to my kids, then you're going to run into a whole issue with me.
I agree. But like, does that, I'm very curious. Like, does that come from like a specific type of upbringing? Right?
No,
like,
I grew up in a very liberal home.
Okay. And so what made that, what was that shift for you then?
Life.
Married a 7-day Adventist.
No, because even when I was married, I was still very much so liberal. I voted for Obama twice. We argued on politics all the time. We didn't agree. We didn't really start getting on the same page until about 7 years ago, because life hit me in the face. Life happened is what happened to me.
Like what? So I'm curious. Like what?
My children, the world that they're inheriting, what I'm handing to them. I have very, I don't want to call them. I have very strict views on what's between a man and a woman. I don't look, if you want to do that, then you do that. I can't stop what you do in your own home. But when you then try to push that on my kid, and I've had this happen to me personally, via education, where you're teaching them certain concepts that I'm not okay with, and you try to go around me as a parent, that's when a whole nother person comes out. And then you start to see this happening in other people's homes and other people's homes. And then all of a sudden, you're not inclusive of me as a believer, right? I have to be inclusive of all of you, but my Bible has no place in a library. Then how do you expect us to respond? You're either going to get a visceral response, or you're going to get someone who's understanding that wants to talk to you. But either way, it's not a give or take. It's, I'm just going to keep taking. I'm going to keep violating your boundaries. And then when you finally respond, I'm going to call you a bigot. I'm going to call you homophobic. And it's just like, we don't have a space. I have no space to be me without offending anyone, but everyone else can offend me. So once that started happening, once life started happening, I've always paid attention to politics, but once I really just started paying attention and looking at both sides, they suck. Both sides suck. So I'm not Republican. I'm not Democrat.
Yeah.
I'm very much so apolitical. I'm just right leaning. Republicans hold more of my views than a left leaning person would.
Right. And that's how I am on the left, because like, it just seems like you look at Florida, for example, right? Like a lot of people say that religion has no place in school, right? And that people can't freely be a Christian. But then on the flip side of that, though, people who necessarily don't believe in the same God, don't read the Bible, whatever, they're out of place as well, right? So like it just becomes two sides butting heads. So you're not respecting my view, you're not respecting my view, right? So like what's the common ground? Like where can people just just stay out of everybody's lives? You know what I mean? Like
the common ground for me is if we're gonna push the DEI, if we're gonna push diversity, equity, inclusion, then I better be included in that. Period. And if you're not going to include believers, then I'm an ignorant believer. I'll flip you off real quick and tell you where to go. That's what it is.
Right. Because
if you're not going to include us, then fuck you. And don't get mad when I use derogatory terms.
Because I consider myself a Christian as well. And like my worshiping doesn't look like, the strict biblical upbringing, right? Like I don't adhere to a lot of tradition, right? But for some people, I'm godless, right? Because I do believe that, people can choose to do whatever they want to, when it comes to their pregnancy, right? Two people of the same sex can get married. That doesn't bother me, like it's not necessarily something for my personal life, but like, as long as you're not intruding, right? Like forcing that particular belief upon me, do as you must. That's how I feel.
I think that's the majority of Americans, whether they fall on the right or the left.
Yeah. You're saying the same thing.
Right. I'm balls to the wall. Like, no, it's murder. That's it. If murder's not allowed at a state level, then it shouldn't be allowed at a federal level. We can get into the philosophy of it all. That's fine too. But
liberal California is working great for me, actually.
Oh, come on.
I'm a homeowner. I just purchased a Tesla, so thank you to the Biden rebates for that. So,
come on.
It's working fantastic for me. Homelessness, not bad in my area because I moved outside of LA. Cost of living, taxes, low.
Where do you live, Jaron? What city?
I live in San Bernardino County.
Oh, okay. So you're
that's just
like Temecula, like close
no.
to that area?
So do you know where Pomona is at?
Yes.
Pomona's like, okay, so I'm just like 10 minutes outside of Pomona.
Okay. Dang, I was like just close to you, not
really
like
a
couple weekends ago.
Ontario, then Ontario.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Right
I departed from the Ontario airport.
Yeah, exactly. What, you should have hit me up then.
I didn't even think about it. I'm sorry.
Dang.
It was like a quick trip, and I really didn't have much time because I was there for an event. But damn, next time. Next time I will.
Yeah, but no, I'll agree. Like you go into Los Angeles, it looks like I don't know. Can I cuss on here?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure.
It looks like shit. Like it's terrible. Like 100%. Like you like.
You're so funny, Jaron. You're like, can I cuss? And then you're just like, it's terrible. Wow. You really live on the edge there, don't you, Lily?
I really do. It is malarkey. It's bullocks. But no, seriously though, yeah. Like, but I think you have that problem with a lot of big cities though, right?
Yeah.
Like a lot of the city centers have people who are there who are below the poverty line, are homeless, right? Are trashy. Yeah. I think that happens more often in bigger cities than it will in a place, in I don't know, New Hampshire, because we're just there, you know what I mean?
Here comes Deontay. I knew he was gonna come in here and ask me that, because that question is geared towards me. All right. Listen, we live in 2024. Okay. The medical arena is very much so advanced. If they need to keep a woman pregnant, this happened to me twice. They kept me pregnant. Okay. My water broke at 4 months. I was in the hospital for 3 months. I did not leave the hospital. They kept me on a magnesium drip to keep my pregnancy from my body said, no more baby. It's time for you to leave. The baby wasn't ready.
Wow.
So because I know that there's medicine to counter high blood pressure, I know that we are very much so responsible for our diets. Even as pregnant women, there are things to mitigate risks. So I don't care if it's high risk when we are so far advanced in the medical field. Period. Now, if you can give me the statistics outside of the less than 1% of women who are having their pregnancies result in death, then maybe we can have a different discussion. But as where it stands now, that is an extreme that I'm not interested in discussing.
But what about a non-viable fetus, right? Because my wife and I, we just had our 20-something week appointment yesterday, actually. And we both found out there were silent carriers for alpha thalassemia, something we never knew, right? It's a specific type of anemia. And if baby were to inherit, like luckily we only have like one bad gene each. So, he'll have at worst a mild form of anemia. But if he inherited all of our bad genes, for example, then he would have essentially no chance at life. So like, where do you fall? Like, because when we're talking to our OB about it, right? Saying that at that point, you have to, make that decision, as tough as it can be, to terminate or to have a baby who essentially is getting, a person getting blood transfusions every week of their life.
Mhm. Can I jump in here really quick? Because I'm actually one of these people that I'm majority pro-life. Like, I believe the majority of what Soonie believes. But for me, the only issue I have is when a young child gets raped or whatever. It's an extreme, right? Gets raped.
Mhm.
Like, the thought of a baby carrying a baby, it just kills me. Like a little girl's body having to carry a pregnancy just kills me, to think about, and having to put her through that, right? But when Soonie and I have had this conversation in the past, she has brought up a really good point that always makes me think, because can we have this conversation, or can we not, without bringing up the extremes examples of like a high risk pregnancy or the rape situation? Because the statistics that Soonie showed me when we have talked about this in the past show that the majority of women are not getting abortions for those reasons. They're using it as a form of birth control. So if you have this discussion based on the statistical facts, it's a whole different discussion.
Right, but I'll counter that, because you saw literally what happened in Texas, right? Like, with the case that went to the Texas Supreme Court, in which a lady wanted to terminate her pregnancy based upon it being a non-viable pregnancy, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, that's part of the conversation. Like, the high risk is still part of the conversation. If people were to make exceptions for it, then we could eliminate it. But to have something and to say that no exceptions can be made whatsoever,
Hmm.
then there's something, I think, inherently wrong with that. So it has to
And
be part of the
see,
conversation.
I see that too. I see your point there too. So that's kind of why I've been labeled a moderate, because well, this and other
No, you're a
things.
flip flopper. They'll call you a flip flopper.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
not.
I mean, I've
It's not
always
a
been
flip
honest.
flopper.
No, I know.
You're not flip flopping, but what this is an emotionally charged discussion, which there is no logic that lies within that. We're just going to be sitting here emotionally. I mean, we're just going to be sitting here trauma bonding about what ifs.
Yeah.
Okay, what if?
Yeah.
Abortion is not legal in America. It's not. Certain states reserve the right to say this can happen here, this will not happen here. Every state has not rendered women helpless when it comes to abortion. If you can spend $300 on an abortion, then you can save up whatever extra money you need to get your ass across state lines and go take care of that. That's what it comes down to.
I agree, but Soonie, they're making laws against that though. Like, again, I'll go back to Texas, right? Like, it's the interstate commerce law. Essentially, they're violating, saying that if you aid somebody going across state lines to get an abortion, then, like, it happened in Indiana as well, right? Like, people going across state lines for an abortion, whoever performs it for the resident of that particular state that it's illegal in can also be held liable. So it's not stopping at, it's just illegal in our state. It's legal for all the residents of our state, no matter if you go anywhere else or not. That's the problem.
I would have to study that. I've looked into a lot of these abortion laws and the nuance of it all, and I haven't come across that. Not saying that you're not being honest, but it's just not something that, is it's not anything that I'm going to let up on. Americans will decide. And they did decide when Supreme Court kicked it down. They went out and voted. They went out and said what they want. And if we live in this so-called democracy, then democracy needs to be respected. And these constituents, their wishes of not having this in their state should also be respected. They won. Fair and square.
Right. But also other states are winning, right? Like Kansas, right? Ohio. They're still, even though they're eliminating or they're voting down bans on abortions in those states, they're talking about making it illegal on a federal level now. So, like, they kicked it back to the states in order for the states to choose. The states chose. The states didn't go the way that they thought they would go. Even conservative states are saying, no, we don't want a total ban. But now that's not good enough. They want it at a federal level.
Well,
So
I think the pendulum will always swing. It's politics.
Right, but it will always swing. But it's again, what's the truth then, right? Like if they wanted to kick it back to states and have it overturned at the Supreme Court level because the states should decide, the people of the states are deciding that they want it, but they still don't want it legal.
I mean, I would just have to go back to the majority rules. That's what this country is based off of. Unless you're voting in the Fed, then majority doesn't matter. It's the Electoral College. So we're hypocritical, right? But in this instance, it is what it is. Now, if people want to fight for legislation that counters that, by all means, we're in America. People fought for you to have that right. They died for you to have that right. Go for it. I'm not here to stand in anybody's way.
Yeah, and for the record, I'm cool with like places like Texas saying no, you can't have it in our state. Like that's that's what they want. Fine. Like if you don't like it, leave Texas, go somewhere else.
Bye. Exactly. Go somewhere else.
Like, right. It's like nothing's forcing you to stay. I guess the thing that's forcing you is Paxton wrote into that law, I guess, or like Paxton's prosecuting people who that boundary law. That's what it is, right? So I guess that's the portion of that's the problem. But like if the state says we don't want it in our constitution, we don't believe that we should have abortion here, that's fine. Don't spend your time fighting it. Go somewhere else.
Sure.
You can have charities, right? People in California donate to fly people out, put them on a bus to the next state over, where
exactly that's actually a good good solution. We have all these charities raise money for these women to go get their abortions,
right? Because if it's something that if you vehemently believe in that and you say that people are so underprivileged and that this is affecting them, then help them out. It's
I agree with that.
It's like it doesn't make, to me, neither side just makes sense. It's just like people just like want to just combat each other over it. It's like it can be solved. It's illegal, make it illegal in certain states, and then if you want to help somebody help them out.
I agree with that. I don't have a problem with that.
Look, we can run for office. Look at us. We can figure this out.
Well, I think that this is an important subject because I kind of feel like, along with the border subject, the immigration subject, I feel like the Democrats are for sure going to run on this whole Roe v. Wade thing again, because Biden's already putting out the messaging to people, hey, Trump, was responsible for Roe v. Wade, and if you elect him as president, he's going to go even further. Like they're already putting out those scare tactics, and it's quite funny. But you look in the comments, and it's pretty. And this is, I'm looking on Hollywood Unlocked, which is ghetto.
Oh
okay?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Hey, look at you getting ratchet.
Ghetto. Okay, and the people in the comments are like, "We don't care. Anybody's better than you." They're like, yeah, we don't care. It's fine.
I think
it's all right, man.
Right. But it's like, you're hearing it. Like, that's, to me, the Republicans are snatching defeat from the jaws of victory, right? Like, Biden should not get reelected whatsoever. But again, when it comes to this wedge issue of abortion, they're talking about going even further. Right. So it's like, why can't you just leave good enough alone? Right. Like you got the victory at Supreme Court level. States are outlawing it or, making it legal. Move on to something else. Like just because every state is not having your exact desired outcome, then you want to change it and go even further. Right. I think that's the problem.
But I don't know. I don't hear them talking about going further.
Oh, look at Lindsey Graham.
Oh, well, nobody cares. Listen, let me tell you, from the Republican side, nobody gives a shit what Lindsey Graham says. We, as the Republican Party, no, I'm just joking. Yeah, nobody likes Lindsey Graham. Yeah.
Nah. Lindsey Scam, that's his name.
Yeah, nobody's checking.
Lindsey Scam.
There's very few. No.
But I'm gonna say no. So the question posted, no.
There are no instances.
Just me. No.
Yeah. Deontay, for me, it's going to be, like I said before, those very extreme cases where young children are involved in cases of rape. That's my I don't know which way I would go situation.
The less than less than 0.001%.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I
but
see-
I'm saying there's a percentage for me.
I say yeah. Not for my personal life, but do what you will. You know, like do as you must. But the thing about California, see, people don't give us enough credit here in California.
Oh, here we go.
No, it's serious. You know where I'm going with this, right? No,
No, I don't.
don't we have the death penalty in California, right?
Yeah, I think so. Mhm.
Okay, and we're also pro-choice. So if we don't kill you coming out, we're gonna kill you if you mess up. You know.
If they even keep you in jail because they letting everybody out.
Oh, see, I set myself up for that one. That's true.
Yeah.
You did.
Yeah, you set yourself up.
Yeah, I know.
Oh,
Wait,
well,
are you pro death penalty?
No, honestly, yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm like, if something, but see, I go back and forth. Like, I think it should be up to the victim's family, right? Because for some people, it's enough punishment to make the person spend the rest of their natural life in jail, right? That seems like a harsher punishment than giving them an easy out in the death penalty. You know,
Yeah.
so like, I believe it's an option. Like, do I believe in, like firing squad? No, I think that's kind of like messed up, but
Bring it back.
Yeah.
A lot of
all
people
for it.
would act right if we had that type of punishment.
I think,
Oh, yeah.
I think this in South Carolina, didn't they bring that back in South Carolina?
Oh, like a firing squad?
I thought that was an option.
I don't know.
That's funny if it is. That's hilarious if it is. I would love to. I'm gonna look that up. Piss some people off later.
What you got? What's this?
Okay, no.
Yeah, I got 2 more topics and then I got to dip out because it's actually almost 2:00 here.
Okay. I'll stay on here for a little bit if Jaron wants to stay.
Yeah. Oh,
So do you guys know Benjamin Owen? He is the guy who was making so much noise about Steven Crowder stealing his jokes. I think he's even accused Dave Chappelle of stealing jokes. He's like a low tier comedian who's not funny, but people find him funny, and he has a lot of political opinions.
Did he used to work for Crowder?
He did.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I thought.
Yeah. He had an opinion that I found to be, I'm just going to say it, extremely bigoted. Like extremely bigoted, extremely ignorant. And this seems to be the tone for a lot of white people on the right. They have no real understanding of rap or black culture, whatever you want to call it. And it's insanity. Listen to this.
Conservatives are such a joke. Yeah, they're trying to get near the bike. I'm not kidding. Dude, guys, I'm not kidding. Bryson is always trying. He's like, yo, I ain't about that game, yo. My parents are married. Then why are you a rapper? Oh, I rap about Jesus and Donald Trump. It's like rap itself is an art form for criminals.
What?
You're just yelling.
Nigga,
over a
what?
beat. No offense, Anchor Bear. We'll talk about it. But rap isn't like it's not for, it's like for people that want to steal your bike.
God damn.
Nigga, what?
Is he what? Is he drunk? I don't even understand.
No, he's not drunk. Listen to me.
Funny.
This is what I try to tell people. The Republican conservative movement don't like niggas. Okay? My platform should be massive. I am
hate when you say
literally
that word.
why? It's true. There's a difference between black people and there's a difference between niggas. We know that's a distinction. Okay? It's a distinction.
I plead the fifth.
I carry both characteristics. I do. I have a ratchet side and I have a side where I can be very much so sensible, but to put all rap in one category because of what's uplifted by a certain demographic of people is disgusting.
Are you
To
like
put
this
Bryson
fine?
in that category. I'm not even going to get into that because it gets sensitive when you do that.
It's like, come on now.
They get sensitive when you do that because when you bring up who's the face of CP, we can't say the word on here. Well, you guys commit crimes. Listen to me, bro. Leave it. Why can't we just have rap music and talk about positivity without y'all trying to correlate it to something negative? Like, why? Why did you feel the need to say this music is for people who steal bikes? I listen to rap. I was just listening to nothing but J. Cole and I've never stole a bike. Okay, I've never committed a crime a day in my life.
I love J. Cole.
What are you talking about? How does this man have a platform?
What stemmed that? I'm like confused as to where that came from.
It comes it comes in waves, Mo. They share videos and they say, look at these black people. Look at them. White people move.
What?
You remember when Dilbert?
Be scared. That's what they're trying to do?
When Dilbert came out and said white people need to move away from us because we're dangerous?
Yeah. That's crazy. Hey, sorry, go ahead.
It's part of a purity test, right? Like, in order to be part of the Republican Party or the conservative movement, certain things that have to happen, and rap doesn't fall into that. You know, you're more than likely gonna appreciate country music. You know what I mean? Like there's certain things, like the wholesome Americana, whatever it is, that idea that they have, you have to fall. I'm put my credit card down before my number gets seen. But you got to fall into that though, right?
Yeah.
And to be on the other side, the conservative movement, a lot of the tenets of the conservative movement is in line with the way the black family is. So there's no reason why a lot of, there should be a bigger tent casted out to the black family, because a lot of the black family,
thank you.
The core tenets that of the upbringing is in line with the conservative movement. And I don't understand why they can't see that and understand that. But it comes down again to, like, they've created this image, like you got to drive a pickup truck, have a big American flag, be a cowboy, wholesome for middle America, right? Like, you can't be a conservative in a place like California, because you're going to be lumped in with the liberals, or like you're conservative light. It's just, so like, I guess like they want this homogeneous party.
Yeah, a liberal, it's hive mind. They want homogeny across everything.
Yeah.
Red Pill, are you talking about Benjamin Owen?
Benjamin Owen. His name is Benjamin Owen. Yeah.
Soonie,
I'll repost it. I'll repost
Jaron
it.
is like a cool liberal, right?
I don't listen. He falls in the category of a minority of liberals being cool.
Totally.
Yeah, I don't like progressives.
We've been searching for you for a long time.
I don't like progressives either.
Yeah, see, look,
so
we can bond over that.
Would you classify yourself as a classic liberal?
I don't know what
I think I would.
is.
I think I would. After talking to you, I think you are a classic liberal.
So classic liberals are very much so, like, they're conservative like in their minds, for sure. Like you just said, there are some elements of like conservatism that you could probably agree with, but you think people should have the freedom to choose whatever they want.
Yeah. It's like that. That's the, and then, but also on the flip side though, I don't think you need to necessarily always legislate for everybody else to accept those who might have a different lifestyle, right? Or like different, like there's not necessarily to always legislate every single thing, because at that point it becomes forcing it on, forcing the change upon people who necessarily aren't ready for that. Like I can go back to the cakes, them cake things they're talking about in Colorado.
Oh yeah.
Go to a different damn baker.
Thank you.
Like, why does it need to be a whole case? And like, because this particular baker won't bake for you. Just go somewhere else. Like, because that's also their personal opinion, and that's also how they want to live their life. You know what I mean? Like, as long as they're not fully intruding upon you and like causing you, any type of harm. I guess they'll that baking a cake is not harm, but you know what I mean, though, right? Like, you have to respect their opinion and how they live their life.
Right. Somebody said you're a Kennedy-esque liberal.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate
Do you like RFK? Does he appeal to you?
No,
me neither. I can't stand his voice. I can't listen to the guy.
It seems fake. like, God, it's just nobody excites me. That's the problem with like, even being like, nobody excites me.
Well, on your side for sure. I mean, there's a little slim pickings over there. Okay,
it's terrible. It's terrible. Like I mean, honestly, I swear to you, if Republicans ran anybody but Trump, they would win. Anybody but Trump, they would win.
Really?
100%.
Like who?
I don't know though. But like anybody but Trump, right? Like, but the problem is, like, I like Nikki Haley. I thought she was see, there we go. But no, I liked her. I liked her as the governor of South Carolina. I don't like her now, but like Governor of South Carolina, I thought she was pretty pragmatic, right? Because she followed up Appalachian Trail governor. So the one that, that went missing for the week. So I think the bar was low with that one right there.
Please explain. Okay, you need to explain that comment, Nikki Haley. What is there to like about her? Tell me.
He said he used to. I'll give him that.
Oh,
he
you don't
did
like her
caveat with,
anymore.
I
You
used
don't like
to.
her anymore.
No, I liked her as a governor because to me, I think I like these commodities that I don't know too much about, if that makes sense. Because to me, she's almost like a fresh, like a clean slate, you know, like I guess how you see Trump, you know, in a way that Trump is like against, you know, not the typical politician, right? Like when she took down the Confederate flag on state grounds in a place like South Carolina, you know, after the Mother Emanuel shooting, right? Like to do that in a place like South Carolina where that history meant so much and how much backlash that she would face. To me, that I'm like, okay, at least she has some type of pulse or like knows what's going on or like can
Does she
think
though?
first. She at that point, I thought she did. That's what I'm saying. Like I liked her as the governor.
Comments? Did you see her comments?
Oh
about her?
yeah. Oh no, I don't like
Brown.
her anymore. But I'm
Yeah.
saying is that like at that point, like
She seemed logical.
Exactly. So like I just like logic. Like I don't have to vote somebody who is liberal. You know,
Yeah.
like if you're gonna be logical and not always make up your mind before you even, you know, like just because you need to fall in line with a certain like point of view upon an issue.
Yeah.
If you can just be logical, then I'll support you.
Okay, so I don't know if you were listening earlier, but I have been making this prediction on the show that I feel like the Dems are going to run Michelle Obama. And if they do, Trump is in trouble. You don't think so?
No.
What do you think they're going to go forward with Biden? They're going to run that crypt keeper?
If Hillary Clinton could not get into the White House, what makes you think a black woman even has a shot?
But duh, you said it. She's black. I told Soonie she's black. She meets the LGBTQ criteria because we don't know what's going on underneath that skirt. Okay, and she's a woman.
No, there's no possible way. Like you see how you see how badly they talk about her, even Kamala as well. No, that's part of the reason why people are scared of reelecting Biden is because of how close Kamala is. You know,
they hate Kamala. She's an idiot.
But also that's part of it as well. Like Michelle Obama has no chance whatsoever.
I don't know.
It's again, if Republicans ran anybody but Trump, then this should be an election that the Republicans win, right? But I don't see it happening because of the fact that if you look at the past, how many cycles since Trump's midterms, presidential, his past midterms, you see you see that support, right, for the MAGA movement shrinking. Like he hasn't done anything to build upon that base.
I will agree with that.
That's he just goes further and further to the right, and you can't keep on going further and further to your base and continuously alienate everybody else. And then all of a sudden, like, what is he gonna do? Switch it back up in the general and come back to the center?
Hold on.
He's alienating his base. He's alienating his base. I was a Trumplican. All right. I made a name for myself because my face was all over the goddamn news for me being loud and screaming behind him.
She was a token black. Yeah, she got chosen.
I was
as
the token black.
person.
Oh yeah.
He's not.
to
Trump
show the
is
picture.
definitely not shifting more right. Trump has alienated his base.
Yeah.
What he has is a niche group that Mo falls in. I don't rock with Trump.
Watch
I
it.
can't stand the man.
I'm not.
I cannot
crazy Trump person.
stand. You're a little sensible, but sometimes I gotta reel you back in. Sometimes.
What?
Sometimes. Like, look, I sent you a video and you were like, "What are you saying?" We had a whole discussion about it. I'm like, "Dude, I'm literally just saying this is happening," and you were like, "Oh, I thought you were saying something else." That's what I mean by reel you back in. Trump has alienated his base. He went left on LGBTQ. Okay. I'm just going to break it down. It went from Black Voices for Trump, Blexit, Black conservatives being the commodity to fuck y'all. I can't do anything with you. It's too hard to break you away from the Democrat Party. And I'll follow this up with something Candace posted because she said, fuck the black community, to let's shift over to the gays. They made a whole coalition with the log cabin Republicans.
Mm-hmm.
And the log cabin Republicans is antithetical to everything we claim to believe over here. They sued the government for don't ask, don't tell. I thought we were opposed to people walking around saying that they're gay. Guess not. They just sat there and celebrated that 37 House Republicans voted to codify same-sex marriage into law. 3 Senate members. He is alienating people like me.
Mm-hmm.
He is. There are going to be people who get on here and save face and they're like, I support Trump. I'm going to be honest, bro. Between the jab, between that, and you saying F you to the black population and picking up a fringe minority in this country, that's disrespectful. It's disrespectful. How many of us laid the groundwork for Trump to even have an invitation into a black home for a conversation? Because most black people don't give a shit about voting Republican, bro. We vote in Democrat, period. That's it. Doesn't matter what a Republican says. But it's disrespectful, bro. I feel like he shit on black conservatives and it completely denigrates all the progress that we've made from facilitating discussions with black people, bro. You can't do that.
And a lot of black people like you who were looking for something different, right, who got tired of the Democratic Party, voted for Trump.
Yes.
In 2016. So
yeah,
he was that person to expand the party, to make it a big tent party. But like you said, it hasn't happened. It's gone the opposite way. But because he finds who's opportunistic, right? Like he's opportunistic. Whatever is going to fit his narrative or what's going to benefit him the most is who he goes along with.
Even Candace is like, look, I've lost faith in Black America ever waking up to the fact that a bunch of racists who hate us own and operate all of our media and choose to promote our further degradation for profit. We know what she's saying. All right.
I'm not saying
you. We know what she's saying. I won't explicitly state it on here, but then she continues down here. In Black America, only the most disgusting, debased artists are artificially promoted and handed awards in magazine covers. Intelligence is treated like an act of coonery and betrayal. Slave Plantation 2024.
See, that's
now,
that's what I have a problem with is the intelligence aspect of it.
I don't know. I'll be biased on this. I'll admit that I'm biased.
Yeah.
I think you are a unicorn. All right.
Oh, thank you.
I've talked to hundreds of Black liberals. It is like meeting your fist with a brick wall. You can't have a sensible discussion where they will concede. We're not even conceding. I understand what you're saying. Okay, I get why you say that. Okay, well, what do you think about this? Oh, damn, I actually agree with that. We don't have to agree on anything leaving this show. We don't. But I can see where you're coming from. You can see where I'm coming from. And you're not my enemy. Right. I am an enemy to these people.
Mm-hmm.
Because
they're not interested.
I mean, you have, like you said, your life experiences, right? That inform your point of view, inform your political decisions because you've gone through things and you're choosing what's in the best interest of your household, your family, your life, right? And that has to be respected, right? It's not a groupthink mentality just because you're Black, you have to be a liberal, right?
Yeah.
And I think people, and that's the problem, I think, with the Democratic Party in of itself is the fact that they still treat the Black vote as a monolith, right? That like, we're not going to go anywhere else because the place where we're going to go, well, they don't want us there, like we just talked about it, a couple of minutes ago. Right. So it's like, we're just choosing the lesser of two evils. It feels like
it's essentially what people are doing.
Yeah,
they are. And the only reason I'm going so hard is because Candace slapped the Black population in their face again when she said, look, Black people do relate to Trump. And she smacked a fucking mugshot and said that this is what we relate to. So you don't get this is why I'm calling her out, bro. You tell me that you give up on the Black community, but you celebrated the fact that they were celebrating debauchery and degeneracy, which is him simply having a mugshot. Listen, Stop making this hard for people like me, man. Like, oh, you're conservative. Oh, you can't. I don't support what Candace is saying.
You remind me of, I guess, how you feel is how I felt about Bernie and that whole movement. You know, it's like it's just this shit don't make no sense. To sum it up, like it doesn't make any sense at all. But people will go right so hard and contradict themselves constantly in order to stay on a side, rather than just have the honest conversation to say like, no, that was fucked up. That what was said, right?
Admit that you were wrong or whatever. Yeah.
And it's like people want to just bend themselves backwards over and over again just to stay on one side.
Mm-hmm. Well,
she was bragging on niggas for Trump. She was happy. Niggas for Trump. What?
But in a way, and don't get me wrong, because I'm not bashing Candace, because there's things that I love about Candace, and then there's things about Candace I'm not so crazy about. But in a way, I love to see this, right? Because what it's doing is it's exposing people for how inconsistent they really are. And I mean, I can't speak for your side of things, but on our side of things, man, they love when a Black person says the things that they want them to say. Like, you know what I mean? Like when you start hearing a Black person speak like Candace, they're like, yeah. You know, it's like they're already ready to put her in the office of presidency. It's stupid. You know what I mean? So
they did that with your friend Larry Elder.
Oh yeah, somebody brought that up. Would you vote for him?
Right, me?
Yeah.
Oh no. Larry's a great guy. He's a nice guy off mic. He's very nice. Like I've talked to him many times. He's a great guy. I just don't understand. It doesn't square with me. I'm like, how are you saying? But you're saying these things though, because you found an audience in people in especially Orange County. That's where I grew up at, right? Who feel this way and who are having confirmation bias because it's coming from a Black person.
Right. Who grew up in South Central.
Right. So it's okay for them to feel that way and okay for them to have those thoughts because a Black person is saying it.
Yeah.
And they will elevate those voices.
Right.
You know, and that's also, I think that's part of the reason why that puts me off from, you know, the conservative movement is the fact that like when I hear certain voices elevated, you know, Black voices elevated, it's always to put other Black people down.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Well, you know what's crazy is remember Soonie when they had Larry on the Breakfast Club and they asked him like when he was running for president, they were like, "So what are you going to run on, right? Like, what is your platform?" And he was like, "Well, you know, as president, I really want to attack fatherless homes." And it was like, "What? That's like not your job as the president. Like, how are you going to legislate fatherless homes, right?"
Yeah,
it was at that moment that we realized Larry wasn't ready for the for the big show, you
man.
know?
But why do they act like fatherless homes is something that's unique to the Black community?
Wow. Yeah. Right.
I think it's because we are the. I think it's because number one, we're only 41 million deep in this country. Right. There's a crap ton of whites. They outnumber us by far. So when you see a minority affected in the way that our community has been affected, and you see a drastic change because we went to having, I think it's over 40% of our homes being a married home where a man and a woman function there, to over 80% of our children being born out of wedlock. Now, does that mean that the father is not in the home? Not necessarily, but we're seeing a shift in those conservative values that we once held, where our ancestors, they held really strong to that. We don't have that anymore. And because we're a small minority and there has been such a drastic change in the last 70 to 80 years, I do think that we are more of a discussion. Now, it's a discussion that needs to be had, but I do agree that conservatives, white and Black, hyper-focus on this. They hyper-focus on it. They do. They don't talk about the opposite side. Unfortunately. But, you know, what can I do when I'm rejected by these very same people? Like, what can I do? I can do my show every Tuesday, every Friday. I can get online and talk. But if I'm not being welcomed and you're not offering me a platform, what am I supposed to do besides say, fuck the both of y'all? What do I say?
Have you ever experienced the racism of a white progressive?
Yes.
Yeah, it's right. And it's like, and that's how I feel a lot of times as well. It's like I grew up in Orange County, you know, and not many of me down there at all. but it's a different type of. It's more subtle.
Mm.
You know, like thinking you're not capable of certain things because you lack
Soft
the
bigotry,
intelligence,
low expectations.
Right. There's no. They're not putting crosses on your front porch and and burning them. Right. It's different. You know what I mean? It's still there, but it's different. So like, I'm highly aware of that. Like within the progressive movement as well. It's like, I mean, you saw that after what was it, the caucuses, right? Iowa caucuses when Pete Buttigieg won. And then all of a sudden when Biden cleaned up on Super Tuesday, especially in South Carolina, you saw a lot of white progressives talking about the black community, how we know no better, right? How we're just unintelligent, because we chose Biden over their chosen person. So, I mean, it's there on both sides.
Yeah. It is.
100%.
For sure.
So how you're feeling is how I feel as well.
I just want to show this before I hop off, y'all, because you look, people get sensitive when I speak about Candace, and they like to go tell the overlords that I'm talking about her, but I'm being consistent to the conversation. Now, I just showed you where she's like, I've lost faith in Black America. We're never going to wake up. And then she shares an article from XXL where they're lifting up Sexy Red.
Sexy Red.
I saw that.
Come on, dog. The deception is driving me crazy, right?
All I gotta say, you better not come for Sexy Red.
Yeah.
You better. Nobody better. Ask my wife. I write so hard for Sexy Red.
Oh Lord. No.
Man, look.
Or Ben Shapiro, right?
He only highlights Black degeneracy, but he won't highlight positive Black rap. Rap is just bad across the board. That's how it is. It's how it's showcased. But if you look, you look at that tweet and then you watch this. I'm just gonna roll a clip. Watch her reaction to niggatry at hand. Watch it.
America has been that Black Lives Matter turned Black Americans into a bunch of whine babies and cry babies. And that's just not who we are culturally. We're funny. We are funny people. We are people that make you laugh. We see the humor. We have an angle. We tell the truth. And this mugshot revived the Black America that I love. So first and foremost, just so you're aware, Trump had to drive through pretty much the worst part of Fulton County to get arrested and booked on these charges. So Black America showed up and lined the streets. Take a look.
Which one are you in, though?
The Sexy Reds of the world, by the way.
In that over. Make that picture.
Oh, she's loving it.
Okay. And as if that wasn't great enough, he gets booked, his mugshot is released, and now, of course, there's rap songs being made about him. Take a listen.
Orange man bad, the whole world mad. Thug life, shout out all of my MAGA base sheds. Coming for the deep state, I will stop the new world order. But before that, I'll finish walls at the border.
Bruh.
Orange man bad, the whole world mad. Like, this is just absolutely genius. And now you have to see the responses online. We're just going to let this run for you because it's amazing.
Yeah, run it, Candace, run it.
As Black people, we with Trump.
Yeah, I'm with Trump. I don't know what everybody got against him. Yo, he was making the breadwinners, you heard? I'm a Democrat too, but we Trump. We Trump back in office right now.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I with Trump, to be honest with you, bro, for real, Trump really did this. I like him because he's about money. It wasn't about no politics. He wanted to make America great again. Trump.
That boy Trump, he making sure to get their bread. I ain't gonna lie. I'm thinking Trump for life. Trump for life.
What?
I ain't gonna lie.
Love Donald Trump. Trump wanted us to get off our ass and get some money. Trump 2024.
It's true. He made everybody hold a piece of money.
Trump really a boss. Trump running it how it's supposed to be ran. And people take it. And he putting out facts in front of the people. He ain't lying to the people. People just don't want to accept the truth.
Trump, man, we rocking with you. Love you, Trump. My dog. Uncle T, what's up?
Do you get where I'm going with this? Did the pure joy in her face. But F the Sexy Reds. You just celebrated the Sexy Reds, Candace. They are the Sexy Reds.
Trump has forever been synonymous with money, right?
Thank you.
and he's always had a place in rap culture.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And it's like, so
that's nothing new.
Right. But this is also where I think people fail so miserably at, because that demographic right there, they support Trump because Trump is a boss, right? Trump has been forever just like, we're trying to get on Trump's level. You know what I mean? Like he's been celebrated for years.
Right.
But then also at the same time, that's a demographic within the conservative movement that they don't want, right? They'll be scared of, or they're pushing to the side. It's like, it makes no sense to me.
Tokens is what we are.
Right. And it's like, I don't know. It seems like they don't want to go. I think they just, when they hear and speak, or like they have their minds made up there, I guess if somebody from that video were to walk down the street, they'd like, hold on to the purse a little tighter and cross the street, right? Because of certain biases they have,
Yeah.
And
I'm sure Nikki Haley knows exactly how you feel. Like,
God, no, racism
totally
doesn't exist.
I'm pretty sure
exactly.
Nikki Haley crosses the street with her Louis Vuitton purse, people are like scared.
And yeah, back on that, there's no problem with saying racism exists, because I think everybody is capable of being racist, right?
Yeah.
Of course.
And it exists. It's 100%. There's nothing wrong with saying that it's a thing, because everybody has some sort of biases in them.
We just had an earthquake.
You did?
Where you at?
Yeah.
She's
I'm in
in
Japan. I was strong.
Oh dang!
Dang, I didn't even see.
Sorry.
Okinawa.
Oh dang! I want some of them green Kit Kats.
Oh, that's right.
Ugh, the green tea one.
Yeah,
they're not good.
So good. Oh,
I don't like those. I had those. I was like, I
have
like green tea.
And I have the banana caramel ones as well downstairs still, and like the milk tea ones.
Key lime pie ones are really good.
I haven't
though.
had those. Damn, I need to get a whole shipment from you now, because I haven't had the key lime pie ones.
Hey guys, by the way, I did put Jaron's Instagram and also the link to his podcast, Free Dope Podcast, which you haven't posted a podcast in a while. Is it because you're busy with the wifey? She's demanding.
Pregnancy, and also my therapist tells me I need to get back doing it as well. So
oh, your therapist.
My therapist, yeah. I talked to
are a
him
liberal
today.
in California.
Shut up. I have to. Hey, I need to have. Trust me. I was talking about. I made that joke like last week to my friend who like just moved out here. I'm like, yeah, I'm still LA. Like I have a therapist. And
Yeah.
and I'm like, oh, my therapist told me like,
Right.
but trust me, you need that living out here.
Yeah.
Like
Of course
living
he
in
is.
LA, you need a therapist.
But it's so great, I thought.
Oh no, I love the weather. I love being out here. I love not feeling like. I mean, there's still places in California that I like tense up going to, like,
Mhm.
and that's in California. You know what I mean? Like,
Oakland.
I'm
scary.
I'm talking about Bakersfield.
Oh yeah, Bakersfield. Yeah. You know what? That place is scary.
Yeah, I'm just like no. I'm like no. I feel like I'm like somewhere like in South Georgia. You know, it's like it's certain things. Still in California, I'm still like watching out, going to Victorville, Hesperia. You know what I mean? I'm not like, let alone me moving to a place like Atlanta when I have to stay in the perimeter. I feel like so that's the reason I stay out here.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah.
Even going to Nevada, it's gonna be.
Are you moving?
No, just going to Vegas. Like you go too far out of Vegas, you go like to Pahrump. Just like.
Yeah, it's crazy. I don't know. When I was in California, listen, because I lived in California for many years, so I love the state of California, and it kills me to see how it looks now, like in so many areas. And I've been like to San Francisco and to Bakersfield and to Oakland, which I used to love the Bay Area. Like the Bay Area was so cool. And now you go there and it's just destroyed. It is destroyed.
The problem is that everything is just too expensive. Like nobody, you can't afford to live in California. And
Yeah.
that's part of it. Like people aren't moving up. People can't afford to live. They can't afford to make the repairs to make their houses look nice or keep them, in shape. And then people are, in the Bay working in tech, living in trailers, right? Making, 6 figures and still can't afford to have a house because like a starter home is like over $1.5 million.
Right.
So like it's the problem with California is that things are just way too expensive.
Yeah. Got to pay for all those illegals y'all are letting in over there.
Oh, come on now. They ain't coming through San Ysidro.
Oh man. Anyways, well, cool. Soonie, you gotta go.
I do have to hop off, guys. Thanks for watching. I will be on Instagram, kind of ranting a little more about this Candace shift, because you like the sexy reds when they're like, yay, Trump. And a lot of conservatives shared sexy red saying she liked Trump. And then when she's in I guess taking a picture at her baby shower and her man's face is in her ass.
Yeah.
He's got a mugshot.
See,
I don't like sexy red. No,
I love sexy red because
Why?
you know what you get when you're dealing with her. I love anybody who's authentically themselves. If you hate me because I'm black, I'm cool with that because I know where I stand with you. You know what I mean? Like, that's cool, right? I just like anybody who's authentically themselves. Like, there's too many people that are trying to, just water themselves down to be palatable, right? To be acceptable. Meanwhile, they could be, sexy red in it, in their private lives, right? But they want to put up like this button up image, and then when that stuff comes out that you did in your private life, the real you comes out, then it's a whole issue, right? Because you put on this fake exterior.
Yeah.
So just authentically be yourself. That's all I care about. I'm like, oh, cool.
I agree. I'm telling you, that's why we wanted to have you on here, because I told Soonie, I was like, you're gonna see, dude, this guy is not like every other liberal we've spoken to. Like, you're sensible.
Y'all too, though. Like, that's why I like,
fun.
I love your content. I love talking and seeing what you post and reading what you post as well, because it's like, I understand where you're coming from.
Right.
And the problem is if you can't back up or justify, your opinion.
Yeah.
Then I think that's just because you're just going along with the crowd. You're being a sheep at that point.
Yeah. No, but real talk though, I think that if more conversations, or there were more shows with people like us, right? I mean, I don't like Patrick Bet-David. He's got, a mixture of people on his show, but
oh God, don't get me started on that horrific fucking show.
No, but they still, but I'm saying they still, but I'm saying they still toe the line on the they're always spewing the same talking points as everybody else. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, you just triggered me. You literally just brought a memory up.
Oh gosh, why?
Soonie, you can't use the word trigger.
Trigger, pow.
You can't say that.
Yeah,
bruh.
Soonie.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but God damn, bro.
Why'd you get
hey,
so
look,
triggered
so
by it?
you know me, I be doing my thing. I'm just scrolling let's see what people talk about. His name is what the frick is his name on there? It's his co-host, the guy with the short hair, the beard. I think his name is Dan. I don't know what his name is, but they had a Arab guy. Yeah, they had an Arab guy come on, and they were discussing Israel and Palestine, right? And this guy comes with the most disgusting ass backwards rhetoric on birth rates increasing in the Gaza area, right? No context, no backhand story. Like, okay, how do you know this is actually birth rates increasing? How do you know this is actually people having children? He just gets on there, attacks his guests, and was like, "You Muslims, you guys are just hateful." All right. If I think of terrorists, I think of you Muslims. And he's like, bro, I'm not a terrorist. Just because there are people who take the Quran and they go and inject and insert BS and then go will that out on the people, what's that got to do with me? So by that logic, something's wrong with you, because you read the Tanakh, right? You read the Torah, you read the Bible, and everybody who did something with the Bible once upon a time, they're guilty. Okay. And then the guy says, why don't you want to talk about Israel's, discretions? And then he just blew up. The guy on PBD, this is his co-host, Patrick Bet-David. Before I go, you need to remove that man off of the platform today, bro. That was the worst form of straight up racism that I have ever seen. You guys know me. I don't get sensitive about this topic. It was disgusting. Absolutely
Dang, I'm gonna horrific. Have to go watch that.
I gotta check that out too.
He disrespected this man to no end because he was Arab. We live in America. Are you kidding me? This is not Israel. If you want to go to Israel and do that. Don't disseminate that type of information to Americans. I'm out. I'm gonna be on Instagram. I might post that clip, but bro,
I'm gonna follow you for that clip real quick, so I gotta see that myself.
That clip triggered the living crap out of me. Oh my God. I'm gonna send it to you, Ma.
You posted it on your page on Instagram?
No, I've been sitting on it, trying to figure out, like, do I want to post this? Am I being sensitive? And then I sent it to Kyle, my husband, and I sent it to a few of my other friends, and they were like, dude, this is disgusting.
Send it to me in WhatsApp. I'll play it right now.
Okay, hold on. I'll send it.
Freaking
horrific.
Yeah, I think people talk in sound bites, so everything has to be made for social media. So everything has to be salacious and argumentative, right? Because that gets the views, the clicks, the comments. So that, and then also I think there's just something weird how like people are always scared of the unknown, right? Or like scared of, and when I say the unknown, of like people who might not have the same lifestyle or look like them or think like them, right?
Yeah.
That you automatically become super defensive over it.
Mhm.
Because if you hear one thing that makes you question your beliefs or your standpoint, then in your mind you feel like every single thing that you've ever been taught is wrong.
Yes.
So you can't let anything else in.
Yeah.
Because you have to stay steadfast in your current beliefs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I don't even think people know what they believe anymore, to tell you the truth. I was thinking about that today. I was like, the internet has people thinking they have an opinion and have some knowledge on some stuff, but they're really just like regurgitating other people's thoughts.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, I don't really think, like, if tomorrow our feeds were to completely disappear, we'd have no access to like what people think, right? Like Twitter and I would say to somebody like, well, what do you think about this? They would have nothing. I don't think they would have anything of substance to say.
No.
Because they go off the last thing they saw on their feed.
But you can choose what you consume as, like, you can.
Yeah.
I can start my day with MSNBC. I can listen to whatever liberal talk show host in the midday. I can read Huffington Post before I go to bed, and then do the same thing over and over again, right? So I can have this constant loop of just this one opinion over and over again. And then, because I'm reading it through, I'm hearing on the news, I'm reading it on a news website, it has to be true.
Yeah.
And that's, and that's why people, I think, really don't have opinions, because again, they're just regurgitating, like you said.
Yeah.
Last thing they came across.
I mean, I personally, I love to confuse my algorithm. I look at everything. I am watching all kinds of news outlets. I don't care if it's conservative. I don't care if it's liberal. I don't care what it is, if it's local, if it's small. I'm watching it all. I watch everything. And I watch all kinds of content too, so my algorithm doesn't know what to show me.
We play a game in our household. How long can we watch Fox News without throwing something at the TV? So
Hey,
far, we've made it 15 minutes.
I don't even like Fox News, to tell you the truth.
But I have to watch it though, because
you have to. You have to know what other people are talking about.
Right, exactly.
Did you get it, Mo?
Yeah. I'm about to play it.
Yeah, it's like I watch it. I haven't watched OAN yet, though. I can't do that.
Please don't. Please don't watch it.
Okay.
It's so boring.
I'm trying to rescue your brain cells before you ruin them. Don't do it.
All right.
Bro, watch this nigga wig out.
Thinking stuff. Fixated that
Oh
Israel's
my
the
shit.
The problem in
What
the
is
Middle East,
going
like I
on?
said, follow the money. The
I
countries
thought it
that
was just me.
There we go. Hold on.
even the Saudis these days, they're coming into the modern world. They're leaving the 6th century mentality behind and say, let's get into the 21st century, where they need to succeed in whether it's Gaza or whether it's Lebanon or whether it's Syria and whether Afghanistan. They need to focus on GDP, not GDT. Gross domestic product, not gross domestic terrorism. And the problem is they're obsessed. Put the guns down. Put the Quran down. Actually start living by the words that the Quran says, not some false equivalent of what they think is actually going on there. You talk about the genocide in Israel or in Gaza as if it's just a matter of fact. Well, let me show some stats for you, because after you see these stats, Israel's the worst genociders ever. The numbers, according to the world data, if you trust data, between 1990 and 2022, the Palestinian population overall went from 2 million to 5 million, okay? pretty bad at genocide if that's what's happening right there. In Gaza, it went from 645,000 to 2.1 million. It's 3x. That ain't genocide to me. Now, to 20,000 people, 30,000 people needlessly killed during this bullshit war that was started by Hamas, is that horrible? 1,000,000%. And any Jew or any Israeli,
Repeat that number again. 600,000 to what?
645,000 to 2.1 million.
From what?
That's
From
in
when?
Gaza.
From when to where?
This is in 1990 to 2022.
Do you know why they increased?
Because they're having babies like crazy.
No. You see, this is how like when you watch data while being uninformed makes you look very stupid.
Tell me why. Tell me how the population has gone from 2 million to 5 million.
Yeah, because most of the 1.5 extra million didn't come from Gaza. They were pushed away from other parts of Israel. So most of these people, they have increased because of refugees
No,
being kicked out.
if you're talking about the settlers, those are tens of thousands.
I'm
Stop
talking
it.
about
those aren't
Gaza.
millions of people.
Dude, listen. My
moving
wife's
houses.
family is not from Gaza, and yet they found themselves in Gaza because they were sitting in other cities and villages outside Gaza. This is the systemic pushing of people from other parts of Israel, pushing them
That's
to
not
Gaza.
millions of people. This is why I said that you're
1.5
intellectually
million.
dishonest
No,
or intellectually lazy.
No,
that's not the cause of millions of people being moved. I'm familiar with the settler stuff
No, this
and
is
the disengagement
you don't know
in 2006.
You don't know what you're talking about. These are people that
millions
are
of
outside.
people.
What?
Okay.
The people who belong to Gaza are 700,000 people. Right now, Gaza is 2.2 million. That is not birth rate, my friend. These are people pushed from, and by the way, that's not the first time. 1948, at the night of the declaration of the State of Israel, 1.5 million Palestinians were like moved overnight. So it's not the first thing. So before you giving me numbers you want to appear smart, know what are behind the numbers, because these are not people that give in babies.
Okay.
These are people being pushed from other places in order to be part of the open air prison that it is.
Okay, so then
it's not deliberate.
If you want to fact check me, let me fact check you. Anytime that there's numbers increasing, Basif, going from 650, 450, whatever you want to call it, to 2 million, however it happens, that's the exact opposite of a genocide. So the whole genocide, the whole open air prison are talking points. Are talking points of BS.
No,
and this is why I said you were intellectually lazy. Or you just hate Israel.
Basically, this whole thing about you hate Israel, hate Islam. This is a very lazy way to talk to people.
Kind of like your thing.
What did I tell you that is so lazy? What did I tell you? Like you're fucking racist?
Because you've already said that multiple times.
No, I didn't say.
Yeah,
I
you
said,
did. You said that multiple times.
I said your undertone is racist. No, that's not what.
So not me, but what's going on inside of me.
And some like the way that you analyze numbers is very lazy, because again,
really, when I actually use stats and data from the most credible source.
Did somebody want to say something, or is that, that's somebody else's voice on the show?
Yeah, that's Patrick Ben David. Hey, I gotta go. But when you ain't gotta watch the whole 14 minutes. You gonna get about 3 minutes into this and be utterly disgusted. This is one of the dumbest people in the podcasting game. You don't purport false statistics and then slap your own interpretation onto it, sir.
Well, we 4 minutes in. Are we getting close? Because we can't watch the whole 14. Okay.
No, I said don't watch the whole 14.
Yeah, I ain't watching
okay.
that. I was dumb.
Anyway, well, I'm gonna play like another minute of this, and then I'll post it in our description box so you guys can take a look at it.
Yeah.
These are numbers that were outside
You've
of
said
Gaza.
no stats. You've given fucking opinions
it's like
the whole
saying
time.
that California has increased triple, or this has like people in Texas increased because of birth rate. No, they increased because people from California started moving voluntarily. You have pushed 1.5 million people outside of Gaza, inside of Gaza in a matter of 12 years, and that's why the number has inflated. It's not because they were giving birth rate.
So then, where's the genocide?
They were evacuated.
Where's this alleged genocide happening?
That's happening right now under your eyes.
So as of 3 months ago, there was no genocide. So it's just a new.
Well, we didn't actually use the word genocide before 3 months ago.
Okay, but you've been calling for the river for the sea.
We didn't use it
for decades.
Well, also Israel have a lot of maps that is putting in the greater Israel from the Nile and the Euphrates. That's genocide for 5 countries there. And this is not by people in the street or people on YouTube. These are ministers. These are officials in the official.
Okay. We're going to stop it there, but that is interesting for sure. What'd you think? Oh, my background. We've been going a long time. What do you think about that?
God, man, first off, where do I start? Okay, so there was what was the point he talked about? How I agree that Hamas started it 100%, right? Because Hamas took the first action. However, why the hell has Bibi Netanyahu been propping up Hamas and negotiating with Hamas for I don't know how many years, right? And paying money to Hamas, knowing Hamas's stated mission all these years, and all of a sudden you want to act surprised when they carry out their stated mission, knowing what their mission has been,
right?
And you treat them as equals,
right?
And the fact that nobody, like, you can't go to what is it, Ben Gurion Airport, right, and hop on an El Al flight without going through massive security screening.
Yeah.
The planes, I think, have some type of defense systems on them. You mean to tell me the place that secure had no idea and didn't see people coming across a border?
Yeah.
And it
We
took you
have
4
to
hours
be-
to get down. Come on, it's just.
I know. And I'll tell you this, because we're a political speaking show most of the time. And we cannot talk about this subject unless you are going to outright say that you are pro-Palestine, or I'm sorry, pro-Israel, all the way. Otherwise, they will flag this video for hate speech. We've already been flagged twice. So yeah, we can't even get into the crux of this conversation, which is why I couldn't even finish the video. Yeah, it's pretty sad. It's pretty sad.
And the number one hit back is going to be, you hate Israel. It's like,
yes.
No, I never said that. I'm just giving you some not even
alternative.
I can't say alternative facts.
Right.
I'm giving you a different viewpoint. I'm giving you some truth, right? Because you look at these videos for people from the other side, right? And I'm not talking about in Gaza, from the other side, and you see they're just as fervent as not wanting peace as they say their opponents are. Right. So it's like, but they only cast, this sense of, the barbaricism on their on people in Gaza. And I think that comes back to what he was saying in the video, how, like, only thing they did, to increase the population was just fuck a lot. You know what I mean? Like they're just that's all they're doing over there, just fucking and making babies.
Right. Yeah.
Because that's almost how certain people talk about, people south of the border here. Same thing, right? That's the only thing they do is just make babies. It's a way to dehumanize a group of people. And no, I want to go down so many.
I know. Oh, trust me. Soonie would love, and maybe that would be a good conversation for you guys to have on your podcast, where it's a little safer.
Yeah.
Because here on
I have
YouTube,
no listeners.
No, like here on YouTube, you cannot. Okay, you cannot. They will get you. So I'm just now escaping my almost last strike before they just completely delete my channel. So
yeah, and it's like, and it's the same, but it's the same thing though, right? Like when somebody says, I personally don't believe in gay marriage. Okay,
yeah,
don't call them, homophobic. I mean, like it's like we have this thing in which we want to just automatically label somebody who doesn't necessarily hold our opinion as being whatever, label we want to put upon them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's like, no, I'm not anti-Semitic whatsoever. But I can also say that the current government is fucked.
As is ours.
Right. And it's like, in the fact that Bibi Netanyahu came over here all them years ago and tried to talk about Barack to our Congress and beg for money. Like, come on now. I was like, it's like, I don't like the fact that you just automatically think we're supposed to support you and support you, financially, right? That like, no.
Yeah.
I'm like, we don't support our own people like that.
Yeah, right. But look at the precedent they're setting now. Now we support other countries more than we support our own. That's what it's all about.
Very much so. And it's like, and I like, I can understand why people feel the way they do about us supporting Ukraine.
Yeah.
Right? Because a lot of people want to see that money spent here. And you hear about these billions. Now they say, well, it's just a weapons transfer. So technically it's not financial money that's being sent. It's worth the billions of dollars because we're getting rid of old weapons out of our stockpile, and then Boeing is making, or whatever, Lockheed Martin is making new weapons, and then we're refilling our stockpile because we're getting rid of the old ones. That's how they want to cast. But still, though, it's still money that we're spending, right? Because we have to pay those companies, those contractors anyway, for that new weaponry.
Right. Oh yeah, war makes those people money. The people in Congress are making hand over fist on
all the time.
Right.
That's why. That's why. And if anybody, to the one liberal friend that's watching anywhere out there,
so I'm like, you have somebody watching?
no. But I see this thing in which like people want to call Biden Genocide Joe because of him not taking a much more of a definitive stance, right, and ending things over there. But if you think that Trump would be any better, or Trump would have done anything differently, you're sorely mistaken. Because I mean, Trump moved the U.S. embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, right? When people told him not to, when everybody thought that would create a lot of unrest in the region, right? So he's as pro-Israel, he wouldn't have done anything.
He's kind of, I mean, he's said that in not so many words. He's come out and said that outright. I mean, recently, I think he's been a little bit more middle ground, right? Like, because he's kind of got to be on both sides.
He's not saying anything, because the smartest position for him to have is to not say anything,
right?
And let Biden take all the heat for it, because his actions would have been different. It's one thing to be on the sidelines and giving your opinion and not saying anything, whatever, and let your opponent take heat. It's another thing to actually make the decision yourself.
Yeah,
and he would have made the same decision,
right?
100%.
Do you know the answer to this question? Cheryl said, I read that the kingdom of Israel was there back in the 9th century, and that it was the Israelites were the ones that were run off the land.
I've read so many things, honestly. I've read that those Israelites that that Cheryl's referring to were actually African descent. I've read that. I've read that there was the Uganda scheme, in which there was a rising amount of anti-Semitism across the globe, and then that Ben Gurion, who the airport was named after, right, in Israel, was looking for a new Jewish home, and they found what then was Palestine, right, or was it whatever it was, because I don't want anybody to say I don't have my facts right, but
yeah.
Because also Palestine was a kingdom of Jordan at one point, so I don't know like what it was at that point, but they settled on that part of land that they're in now. First, they looked at Uganda as setting up that area for the Jewish homeland, but that didn't play well. They landed on where they're at now through the help of Britain, right? And then Britain pulled out and left this whole mess that we hopped into. So from what I understand is that the reason they ended up there was because of the fact that there was rising anti-Semitism across the globe, and they was looking for specifically a homeland for people of the Jewish religion,
where they'd be safe.
Right.
Yeah. Well, next to Judaism, or next to the Jewish stuff. Okay, we can't talk about the Jews on here, and we definitely can't talk about Ukraine. Can't do that either.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna get you banned again, because
you're gonna get me banned.
That's what I want to talk about.
Yeah, I know. No, so does Soonie. Like, she hates that I like cut her off sometimes when we talk, because I'm like, you got to remember, we can't talk about this. That's why she talks about it on Instagram, because that's where she can't talk about it.
You should make a burner, like have
she's had 25. She's had 25 accounts. Soonie has had like 25 accounts. All of her accounts get taken down.
But isn't it crazy though? How, I mean, that's the one thing you cannot talk about, because if you talk about it, you're automatically labeled as being anti.
Yes.
And it's like, no, it's not. And that's how it's always been. And it's almost like, I don't understand it at all.
No, they have a whole separate law for the Jays in YouTube. Okay. Which is crazy. But as we were speaking about before, you can get on here.
Are you talking about anti-BDS laws?
Yeah.
Okay.
But you can get on here and talk negatively all day long about any other racial group you want to talk about, right?
Right.
You're never going to get, you're not going to get banned.
And I think that's my part of my problem is that right there, because being a black man, I hear how poorly we are spoken about, right? And how, we become the scapegoat for a lot of things.
Yeah.
And if we say it's racism, if we say that, then we're playing the race card, right? But then when it's said from the other side that, you're anti, then you are that. And there's no pushback. There's no, nuance.
Right.
You are.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
It's crazy.
I think that's why I'm so like, yeah, I think that's my biggest problem that I have.
Yeah.
Is that right there? Because like that will shut down any conversation. So
Yeah.
you can't talk about anything else.
Yeah. You can't.
Right. And it's like, it's the ultimate Trump card.
There you go.
Hey.
There you go. Bringing up the Trump. Yeah.
There you go.
So wait, are you going to vote in this election? Because you said you feel kind of like not excited about what you have as far as options.
Yeah, I'm going to vote 100%.
Who are you going to vote for?
Biden. I'm like,
seriously.
Yeah, I'm like a lot of people. Well, we're going to vote. We're going to vote for Biden, and just if people decide that, if people who have no business voting for Trump decide that they want Trump in, then cool. All right, cool. That's your lot. I'm going to be fine regardless because I live in California, so I'm very insulated.
Yeah,
I feel, and I mean, what are, like, what necessarily? I just don't know, like, what laws he will enact.
Who, Trump?
Right. That, because abortion was the biggest wedge issue, right? Like, I guess if they take it to federal, that's one thing, right? But like the Conservative Party, they finally have they're the dog that's finally caught the proverbial car, right? And now they no longer have that issue of like, let's get rid of abortion to run on. It's gone. Now, I guess they're going to try to expand it more, which is going to become an issue. But then at the same time, that doesn't affect me personally because that's not for my personal life, right? Like, that's something I use to exercise.
Yeah.
So I care about what other people, how they live, and like I want to support other people. But at the end of the day, there's not much that he can do that will personally impact me.
Yeah. I mean, I feel you. Like, I kind of feel the same way about Trump, right? Like, there's a lot of fault. And like, there's a lot of things that I see about Trump that I don't like at all. And we call him out all the time here on the show. And then there's things about Trump, like how he is with the economy, that like right now, that's like the one thing that I'm like, okay, that directly affects me.
Yeah.
And that's what I care about. Right. I'm with you that there's not much that any politician can do that's going to affect me personally, because I'm going to do me. Okay. And I don't worship a president.
Right.
My God is important to me. That's who I answer to. But there's no like president. Like, there's some people out here that are like, they're like the dude at the Bills game, like crying, like, oh God, like the Hillary people that cried.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just not at that.
Sorry, that was a great photo.
Yeah.
I love that photo so much.
The guy at the Bills game. Yeah. In the comments.
No, I'm talking about the crying photo from the Hillary.
Oh, from the Hillary. Yeah.
The Hillary, the presidential win night, whatever. You know what I mean? Like the party. Yeah.
Yeah. The pussy hats. The chicks wearing the pussy hats. They were crying.
I love it so much.
Yeah. Those are your people right there.
And then they ain't my damn people.
Yeah. But like, I'm not
I like
at
your
that
husband,
level.
not her.
I'm just not at that level. Like, I just want Trump because I feel like he's the best for the country. He's the option that our side has. Like Soonie, she's telling people like, I think Trump is the best option, but she's not going to vote because she won't vote for anybody that doesn't have Christian values. So she's not going to put her vote, or she'll find somebody who does have Christian values, like some independent somebody, so her vote doesn't go to waste. That's her personal opinion about it, which I totally respect. I totally get it. Because like Soonie, I have nothing to fear. I don't care. Like, I scroll all day. I said this a couple shows ago. I'm like, I consume social media, but social media does not consume me.
Right.
And I could scroll all day long and see everything that's out there, and my day is great.
now my biggest problem though, with Trump is the fact that he does embolden a lot of these whack jobs, what I would call whack jobs. People
I'm
feel
not going to
emboldened
disagree with you.
to take it back. Their idea of making America great is going back to the 60s and stuff, and that ain't going to happen, right?
Yeah.
So so he mainstreams a lot of the fringe talking points and a lot of the fringe viewpoints.
Mm-hmm.
That's my biggest issue. That's why
Yeah.
I can't vote for him, because he mainstreams that stuff.
Yeah.
Right?
But
Had he just been just a normal run-of-the-mill Republican, just we had differences upon, like abortion rights and taxes, and like, all right, cool, bet I can
yeah.
still, I'm cool with that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't necessarily be actively voting against you
Mm-hmm.
more so than I am now, because of the fact that I feel he just mainstreams a lot of that stuff that I personally, now that kind of stuff does affect my life.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that's what I don't like to see or hear.
Yeah. And like, okay, you could totally relate to this, because just like they make every liberal look crazy, blue-haired, fat, like lesbian, whatever.
Yeah.
That's the picture, or ghetto, right? Every
Yeah.
liberal's like ghetto street thug.
Every Trump supporter has like 4 missing teeth. They live in the backwoods of a small town. They look like they have terrible breath.
They're Karens. Yeah.
And they're always decked out in some American flag apparel, wearing a MAGA hat typically.
Yeah. I do want to say this. Like, I think for the most part, more often than not, most people on your side are probably closer to how you are. And I'm here to tell you that a lot of people on my side, most of the people on my side, are like me and Soonie.
Yeah.
Or like a version of, right? Of course, social media would love us to see like the worst sides of both, the extremes, the crazy MAGA people. Those people annoy me, and they cancel me all the time. Like, if I say anything negative about Trump, oh my God, they're like, you're a liberal in disguise. All of a sudden, just because I said one thing about Trump.
It's the purity tests.
Yeah.
And they have so many, and that's what I see a lot of. Like,
Mhm.
at least I feel the Democrats have gotten out of it,
Yeah.
because like you saw a lot with like Bernie and AOC, right? Like, like the progressive movement at first. You saw a lot like we have to, we need the Green New Deal. We need to like be 100% on board, like, universal health, all this stuff, right? Like,
Mhm.
tuition, forgiven, student loan forgiveness, right? I think we've grown out of that. Whereas that's still very, very much alive on
Mhm.
the right, in that,
Mhm.
like you just said, like you get canceled for having a certain, viewpoint
Yeah.
that might not necessarily align with MAGA, then you're a liberal. It's like,
Mhm.
no, I just don't agree with this one particular viewpoint. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? That discounts every single thing. It's like being married, and you do every single thing right
Yeah.
in your marriage, and then that one thing you mess up on, that's one thing that gets highlighted. You know what I mean?
Highlighted all the time. Yeah.
And it's the one thing that they can't, and like and you always you always end up messing up. You don't care about whatever, because that one thing you got wrong.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I feel. That's the marriage that's happening on the right with like Trump,
Yeah.
and Republicans, because
Yeah.
I think Trump supporters are different from Republicans.
They're tribal. They are crazy tribal people, for sure.
Yeah.
Crazy. Okay.
Yeah. And you have to 100% fit into their box.
Yes.
And
100%.
that's why I feel that, again, Trump has no chance at winning, because of the box. The box seems like it's gotten smaller now, right? So like he hasn't expanded his base at all.
And I agreed with you when you said that, because he just, like, you hear him when he comes out to talk, and this is what makes me upset, is he just regurgitates the same talking points. And for those of us that watch his rallies, that watch his speeches, he's regurgitating the same lines from his speeches, from his viral videos that you see. Like, we are in a nation in distress. That's a line from, I don't know how many rallies ago. And it's a great line. It was great when it came out, but enough already. Like, speak from the heart. Like, I miss the old Trump that was like a little bit more real. And now he has fully become a politician.
That makes me sorry to cut you off, but that makes me so sad, though, because like that's what I hear a lot from the right, is the fact that the country is just such, the country just sucks.
Mm-hmm.
The country that, like, it might, to you, it might suck because what's happening is not necessarily like 100% in line of like how you view things should happen.
Mm-hmm.
But to make that like a full narrative that like, you know, the country's worse off than it's ever, like, no, it's not like it just seems like there's this constant stoking of fear, this constant stoking of, you know, division and depression
Right.
into every political cycle, because
Of course.
things seem to get worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and worse every single time somebody's running for office.
Yeah.
You know, it's like we can't ever have a country that, yeah, Biden, you know, is in office. He's a good dude. Can he do more? Can the country do better? Yes, it can do better, and I want to do better. You know, that can never be a message. You know,
Mhm.
and like I would like to hear a message like that. You know,
Yeah.
from either side, like the person who's in office, right? Like
Yeah.
they're doing the best they can. We might not necessarily align with what they're doing, but we want to do things and make and improve upon, you know, make things better for everybody.
Well, Obama tried that with hope and change, and how that
Exactly
worked
right,
out.
and that got laughed at because that was so different, right? And that was
Mm.
the optimistic message was, you know, the way that was
I bought
received.
into it. I voted for the Joker. I voted.
Right, because when I first heard it though, I was like, this is weird. Like how can like this actually be because you've heard it constantly every single political cycle
Mhm.
about everything so negative. Like you have to cast your opponent as the enemy, and Trump is the
Mhm.
master of doing that.
Oh yeah, obviously. I mean, look, he did it with Vivek, he did it with DeSantis, and now he's like buddy buddy with them again. And
Yeah.
everybody fell for it. And it's like all you guys talk about is how he's such a savage and he plays 5D chess and all this other stuff. And then you're like totally lost and confused when he turns around and shakes Vivek's hand and talks about what a great guy and I'm retiring to sanctimonious and everything all's forgiven. It's like, people are like, but we're supposed to hate Ron. Vivek is the deep state. Like,
Yeah.
we're confused. Yeah.
I'm trying to see what did Patty, what did she say?
She said the liberals are pushing the division. Biden. Yeah. I mean, well, I think they're both doing it.
Right.
They're both
Again,
doing it.
it comes down to not wanting to hear anything that's different, right? Because it's
Yeah.
easy to like, because I can say that MAGA is pushing the division. The reason they're pushing the division is because they're not in power and they're trying to get back into power, right? So like
Mhm.
things aren't necessarily 100% how they want it. So it's easy to say that they're pushing the division as well. Like it's this game of like, you know, whoever's party is not in power is, you know, essentially trying to throw up roadblocks or like I don't know, but it's like it's
Yeah.
just annoying in a way to just to hear that like just because, you know, somebody from the opposite party is in power, then, you know, the country sucks.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, and here's the thing about it. I've never heard Trump talk about how he's going to create unity. Right? Biden obviously talks about, or his party talks about it, but it's like a false pretense of unity, right? Like it's not really unity, but it's like we're going to sell you unity, but that's not really what it is because we're only going to bring the people that buy into what we want them to buy into, and those
Yes.
are the people that are going to be part of the unity. But
Yes and no.
but I will say this at the same time,
Oh, Patty's on
I
one
think
now.
I think the unity happens when the wheel is spinning as smoothly as possible in the
Mhm.
direction that is favorable for most of America, right? Like obviously not everybody's going to be happy with everything, not everybody's going to agree, but I think unity and just general good feeling in people happens when they're not struggling to pay their bills, you know, when they're not wondering how they're going to put food on the table, when they don't know if tomorrow they're going to have a job. You know, those are the things I think that
And-
create the division
And
and the worry with
and
people.
meanwhile, the corporations are just enjoying and laughing because people are placing blame upon whatever politicians. You knew that after the supply chains had dried up and corporate profits dropped during the pandemic that they were going to raise prices
Mhm.
to recoup those losses. You
Right.
know, that's what's driving inflation. And there's no reason why these oil companies are charging as much as they are and recording record profits, right? Now it's different now because if you have a record profit, it's that gap between your expenses and what you're bringing in, right? Your revenue, right?
Mhm.
So that's increased. So they're not passing along the costs, is what I'm saying, right? So like they try to say that corporations always say that their costs are going up. So they're just passing along the costs to us to keep in
Oh,
line
yeah.
with their operations.
Of
But the
course,
problem
yeah.
is they're having record revenue.
Yeah,
make sense?
well, it makes sense when you're saying it. I don't know if the math is math and when you're looking at it on paper. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like, and that might be a bigger discussion for another time. My God, I keep ripping this out. That might be a bigger discussion for another time because I definitely want to have you back on the show. I mean, like for a full show because I think we would have a really good turnout if we like say, hey, you guys saw Jaron on the last show, like we need to have him back. But I want to talk about this more.
I'll give you an example. Okay, so if something costs $2 and you're charging $4 for it, okay, it's going. You still have a $2 margin, right, or a $2 gap. Okay, if it goes up by $1 to $3 and you still charge and you raise your cost by a $1, you still have a $2 gap. Does it make sense? But what they're doing is it goes up $1. They're raising the price they charge us 10. Right? But they're saying that just because their costs are going up, they're just passing along costs. They're not doing that. Their operating costs are going up, yes, but they're passing along a bigger cost to the consumer, which is driving inflation.
I think it's part of it. I don't think that's all of it. Okay, because there's a lot of things that they're doing that we the people, and I'm not just talking about like goods and services and things like that, but like you talk about Ukraine and the money that they're sending there. Like when you look at like the bills, even with Israel, okay, when you look at like the amount of money that we have been contracted to send to Israel for I don't know how many years now, like this didn't just start with Biden, okay? This goes way back. We have been sending them hundreds, millions of dollars, okay? And we send them in increments every year. And that has been something that has been going on. And we've been paying for that the whole time. And we have said nothing about it up until now. And now all of a sudden it's Biden's fault, which I want to say to people, it's not just his fault. Like this goes way, way back.
We are an imperial,
right?
Imperial empire. I think I'm using the correct terminology, in which we have bases all over the world. And it's in our best interest to find every single thing all over the world and be the world's police officer.
Of course.
In order to keep our power. I get that. That's but I would love to see that somebody, somebody come along and say, no, we're not going to get involved in like these foreign disputes. We're not going to get involved in sending a bunch of money, in aid abroad. Like, I would love that to happen. And I thought that's what Trump was going to do, right? Like that's how he ran, as getting us out of NATO, stop being the world's, police officer, like he started talking that good stuff.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, again, just started fucking going crazy.
Yeah.
Right. Because it became more about him and what he can gain and about him being the smartest person in the room and him being the best. It's about Trump and not about what's in the best interest of the country.
Sometimes, yes, I would agree with that.
I think majority of the time, like majority of the time is about Trump. And how can Trump look like he's the greatest to ever do it? How can he look
the guy
next to Abraham Lincoln, the second best Republican next to Abraham Lincoln, right?
For sure. The guy has an ego, for sure. I will agree with you on that. He's still better than Biden. I will put up with all of that.
Can you put up that last comment from that in economics classes is plausible. However, reducing domestic oil production in the process therein has hurt us. But when have we ever like relied on our own oil production to use for gasoline? Like I know we do ship a lot of our oil abroad, right? If I'm not mistaken, like, because it's not the quality that you can use to refine for gasoline. It's more like heating oil.
I'm not sure.
I'm pretty certain I'm like 85% sure that like what we use here, like a lot, like we we have the strategic the strategic petroleum oil reserve, whatever it's called, that we tap into from time to time. We have
but where does that come from?
The Gulf, right? Mexico. There's reserves, or is that the gas reserve? There's reserves. I know that.
I think maybe it's gas. I don't know.
We have oil reserve, and I know they want to get into Anwar at some point as well, but there is, but what we have here though, I don't think we use for our own domestic consumption for gas.
Hold on. He says it's only oil. It's other refineries that close in Texas, for example, that impacted us.
They do the same thing in California too. Like, have you noticed that when you're out here, like sometimes like in the summer, they always magically take refineries offline
Yeah.
when the consumption is at the highest to raise prices. Have you noticed that?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like there's always a refinery going down, and like, oh, we gotta just jack up prices now because this is going to be down for like the entire summer when
Yeah, like
demand's
it's
at its highest.
convenient. Yeah. Yeah.
It happens all the time.
Yeah. No, I was blown away at how expensive your guys' gas was. I was like, holy cow, take me back to Texas.
Yo, I got it. So I got a Tesla. Okay. I did not know that since I don't pay gas tax,
Mhm.
there's a special tax that's put on to the car to recoup the gas tax that I'm not paying.
How much is it?
I'm afraid to see the registration because I've been seeing pictures of registrations for people with my particular model car.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's been like in like the 7s and the 8s.
Well,
for, like, the first year.
last I moved, I was in California. I remember car registration being ridiculously expensive.
It went up under Gray Davis, yeah, but not this high though. But like it's high for this particular car.
Yeah. I don't know. I remember I was like, when Tesla first came out, I was like, oh, that's so cute. I want a Tesla. And then I just
still
started
like it.
seeing, I mean, it's a cool looking car, but I'm like, I don't know, like the whole thing with the battery and like people reporting their batteries dying. And I know people who have had Teslas who have had nothing but problems with them. And I'm just like, no,
That's
done.
why you
I'm good.
lease.
I'm good.
That's why you lease these cars.
Yeah, but that doesn't do you any good. Like when you're on the side of the road, you get stranded.
Still though, at least I'm not on the hook for like 7 years financing it and then
True.
have to pay for it. Responsibility for things out
Yeah.
of warranty. Like no, I leased mine because I'm like I don't fully trust the
Yeah.
technology yet. See, look, I'm not a progressive. I'm not
Yeah.
that much of a liberal. But no, I definitely don't believe in like the technology. But I'm willing to give it a try.
How many miles can your Tesla go on one charge? You have like the new Tesla, or you have an older Tesla?
No, I got a 23, so it was like the last when they were clearing out the 23s.
Uh-huh.
And I got it right before the EPA changed the estimates.
Mm-hmm.
So I got like just like the regular standard range Tesla. So I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna pay another $8,000 for like 60 extra miles, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Then the revisions came out like 3 days later, and it went down to like a 30-mile difference between mine and like the one above mine. I'm like,
Mhm.
well, I saved $7,000 luckily, so
So what's the total miles you can drive?
260, I want to say.
See, that makes me nervous in a place like California where you sit in traffic.
No, your battery shuts off. Your car shuts off when you're in traffic. It shuts
Oh.
off. It's not consuming anything. It only consumes when you're going.
Mm. Hmm.
Unless your air conditioning is on. But like I drove it to Vegas actually, and I
Mhm.
didn't realize there's so many charging stations.
Yeah.
Like I didn't realize that like places I never knew existed had
Yeah.
charging stations. So it made it me. Now will I drive it like further than Vegas? I don't think so.
Yeah. Huh. I don't know. I'm getting like to the point. I don't know. Maybe it's my age. Like I'm getting to the point like where I'm so old school. Like I'm like bitching about my washing machine not having like an agitator in the middle, and it's like like it connects to my phone, and then like my stupid fridge won't stop beeping at me because the door is like
Yeah, you have a Samsung fridge?
yes.
Yes, it's so
And
annoying. It's the worst.
So
The
yeah, and I'm just like,
worst
I just
thing
want to go
ever.
back to the old
Yes.
fridge, like
Yes.
the old school fridge we had growing up, like just little things like that. I'm just like, technology is not that great.
You should see me when we first got this car. Like I got a phone call, and my
Uh-huh.
wife and I'm just like, what the fuck do I pick this up? How do I hang up the phone? Like I didn't know what to do. I was like,
Yeah.
because there's so many like buttons and like you got like I felt so old trying to use the car,
Mhm.
and it's like yeah, just because we can with technology doesn't mean we should.
Right.
A lot of these things like I have that Samsung fridge and it just starts talking to us randomly.
I
Like
freaking hate it.
yeah, it is. I don't know what. I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything at all, and it just starts talking. Like I said something like, "What?" Like because it's
Yeah.
listening, and it's just like
You're like, shut the fuck up. Like, don't talk to me.
I'm just like and I can't stop it ever because I don't know what to call it. I don't know if it's Bixby. I don't know if it's Alexa. I don't know if it's the
Right.
Google. I don't know if it's Siri. I don't
Yeah.
know. And it's
Yeah.
like I just feel like I got so much going on in the house.
Yeah. And then you're like, is this thing listening to me?
Oh,
Like daily?
I'll tell you the worst thing because like when I'm working, I work from home. So when I'm
Mhm.
talking to like I'm on Sirius, right? So like anytime I say Sirius, this picks up right here.
Yes.
Think
Yeah.
I'm talking, and then all of a sudden, like it records everything I'm saying, and then repeats it
Yes.
back or whatever. I'm like,
I know.
all this stuff, man.
I know.
All this
I
stuff.
I just want to get rid of it. Like I just
Just
want to get
like-
rid of it.
I'm just like, yeah. I'm just like, I'm at the point now where I'm just like, I hate this. I just turned, I think that's what happens when I just turned 40. So I think that's what happens at 40.
Oh, honey, wait, just wait. But then there's like all these apps, right? So like there's Instagram, there's Facebook, there's WhatsApp, there's Messenger, all these things like people can see if you're online. Like I try to like go and like make sure that like people can't see if I'm online or not.
Yeah.
Or that you've read your message. It's like you can't freaking hide anymore. So it's like,
yes.
when you're just trying to have like a chill day and you just like don't want to talk to anybody and like people are just like you can tell they're like watching to see, is she on Facebook? Is she on Instagram? Did she post? When did she post? And they can pretty much track you down. And I'm just like, man, I can't get a moment's peace.
Man, I'm at the point now where I'm asking for paper menus in the restaurants.
Oh, I do. I do not play that scan code game.
I'm like, I ain't scanning. I'm done. It was cool for a little bit, but like, no, I can't now because then I don't get reception. I can't read this thing anymore. I can't figure out how to navigate it. I can't find out like where I need to go to find the entrees because I'm still stuck in the starters.
Yeah,
you know what I mean,
give me the big menu.
Yeah,
I can't read that.
Speaking of turning 40,
mm-hmm.
So we had a little problem in our community that I live in because there's an HOA here and the management company wasn't doing too much, right? So I started a coalition of concerned citizens in the neighborhood, and we wrote a big long letter to the HOA, and then it ended up I ended up, long story short, getting on my HOA board so I can enforce the rules.
Nice.
Because I'm tired of seeing trash cans being left out and garage doors being left open.
Oh yeah.
I'm getting old.
You're getting old. You're like, I'm gonna join the HOA. Next thing you know, you're gonna be like on a bike riding through your neighborhood and like
I really am. I'm honestly like documenting like who's doing what in this neighborhood now. Because I'm like, and then it's gotten so bad that like we actually forced somebody to sell their house. Because they had it as a short-term rental, which is against the HOA rules, and nobody was enforcing it for the past I don't know how many
like
years.
Like an Airbnb.
Right? Mm-hmm. Exactly right. So now it's gotten so bad, so they're actually selling their house now because of the work that your boy has done. So.
Yeah. Okay, but you know what? I'm that neighbor. Like now, like I grew up in Chicago, like where we had stoops. You know what I mean? So like I grew up in like the city, sitting and like always watching the street. Like that's just what I do. So I do the same thing here. Like I got a little chair out there and I watch everything that's going on in the neighborhood. Anyways, the house across the street has been for rent for a long time. And then I finally noticed somebody moved in and I saw a moving truck there yesterday. So I took my little chair and I propped myself up and I was like peeping to see who the neighbor was. Cause I'm that person that like will bring you cookies, like, or whatever. I'm a nice neighbor. Well, this morning, it was trash day today. This morning I walk out and they had all their boxes from the stuff that they unpacked just sitting on the curb, like not even broken down.
Oh no.
And they
didn't call for special pickup, did they?
No, they didn't call for special. And I'm like, first of all, even special pickup is not going to pick those up unless they're broken down. Like they've changed the rules now. You got to break down your boxes, right? So I'm sitting there and I see old girl roll out of her garage and she starts like taking the boxes. She's like in her work clothes. She's taking the boxes and she's like stomping on them. I'm like, get a knife and break them down. She's just crushing them with her foot. And then she just like left this pile on the curb. And I stayed there and waited for the trash to come. And then I was like to the trash man, I was like, can you believe she
Yes. I do the same thing with the Airbnb because we have colored trash cans.
Yeah.
We have the black one, the blue one, and the green one. And the green is for your compost, the blue is for recyclables, the green is for and black is for your trash. What they do is they put like the black trash in the green trash and the blue trash. You know what I mean? And I'm like, and then like the trash people won't pick it up, and I'm like. And then, sometimes like maggots, would show up and like be dripping from the trash cans because it would just sit there forever.
Yeah.
So I'm out there. I'm like, I can't believe they're not putting the trash cans, separating the trash like, they should. I'm sorry about that. Can you please pick it up though? Because, it's creating a nuisance for us.
Yeah.
I was like,
our property values are going down.
I sent them my letter actually.
Yeah, but it's so true though.
I sent them my letter. Yeah. I was like, the HOA is here to protect our property values and you're not doing your job.
Or how about the people who don't pick up after their animals?
Oh God, don't get me started on that. I want to install cameras in the neighborhood now just so I can see who's not peeking behind their dog.
Listen, sometimes I just watch my Ring camera for fun just to be like, what is going on over there?
Next time I'm on, can we do a segment in which we read the Ring notifications that come through from like people
Can
who heard
we?
gunshots or like, please?
No.
Please?
Listen, my beef with people on that Ring, on the Ring app, are the people that are like, they post a picture of a cat and they're like, is this anybody's cat? I'm like,
yes.
Every cat is out in the street. Like, what do you mean? Did the cat come and tell you, hey, I'm missing? Like, find my owner? How did you come to the conclusion that you need to post that?
They are always posting. Yeah. I have a cat that won't leave my front yard. Does this belong to anybody? My favorite though is like somebody had found a duck. So there was a duck in somebody's front yard, like during the spring, and they're like, "If anybody lose a duck, can you please come claim him because the duck won't leave my front yard." Meanwhile, like the lake was like up the street, something like that. You know what I mean? Though it's just like it's the most ridiculous, but I love it though. My favorite though are the gunshots. Like 4th of July, were those gunshots?
Every time. No, and then here, like during Diwali, which is like an Indian holiday. Oh my, because those people go crazy with the fireworks, okay? And every year, like somebody puts a notice on there on Nextdoor, and they're like, hey, just reminder, it's Diwali, so like bring your freaking dogs in, and sure enough, there's a person like, did you guys hear several gunshots? First of all, what the fuck am I gonna do? Like, call the police. Like, you literally took the time to type up a Nextdoor post or like a Ring post. Like, what are we going to do? If you're that concerned, call 911.
I love it. Yeah. Now, but I do take a little pride in like being the first person to post the gunshots question mark when I hear something now. So like I try to beat everybody to it. That's like my thing now. I was like,
or just do like a real cryptic post, like, did you see that? And then somebody's gonna be like, what? Did I see what?
I might do
it.
That
Just
tonight,
just like post something weird, just like to agitate people.
I might do that actually. Did you see that?
Yeah.
But yeah, I gotta go.
You should be like, did you see that person? He was wearing like a red MAGA hat. Just joking.
Honestly, out here that would be very normal because you know where I live at.
Yeah.
You know where I live, and I live like in the South in a way.
Yeah.
Because the Inland Empire, right?
Yeah.
Like, because you got Fontana, Rialto, Victorville, Hesperia, Riverside, San Bernardino. It's like the South out here.
Yeah, I got you.
Very much so. So
yeah,
like, it's interesting.
Yeah,
it's very interesting. I love it 100%. I love it living out here because I love being in the suburbs.
Yeah,
but yeah, it's like the South. It's crazy.
You got to be careful though, because the police, they like scour those Nextdoor posts and like the Ring posts, and if they see something, like they might reach out to you and be like, "So, you saw some suspicious activity?" Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, fine.
He's like, I don't fuck with that. I don't want to fuck with the police.
Shit. It's like yeah. Even though my dad was a Fed, we don't get down with the police like that.
Your dad was a Fed?
Yeah, you didn't know that?
I mean, my dad is.
I told you that when we first.
Maybe
met.
I think maybe we like
mentioned
that to each other. Yeah.
Yeah. No, he's a Fed. He don't even fuck with the cops either because he's like, nah. Because I didn't tell you the story, but like. He was undercover in South Central or Compton, whatever it was, but he was undercover though, right? And black man, undercover, you got to dress a certain way, right? In that area. And he was driving, and then like he saw like LAPD driving on the opposite side, and like he did like the cop thing, the dot, whatever, because he forgot he was undercover, but he like instinctually did that. They made a fucking U-turn.
Oh shit!
And pulled him over.
Oh damn.
And it wasn't until they just heard like the his little like remote, his radio.
Yeah.
Like his cop radio went off in his car. Then that's when they knew he was undercover. But he legit got pulled over.
That's funny.
By a black officer in South Central, undercover.
That's funny. Yeah, and they're not really, I mean, they can't really break their cover. It's not like they can just be like, "Hey, officer, I'm undercover." Like they have to literally.
Yeah. So but he goes on to say, because he wrote a book about it, he goes on to say that that's how he knows that this shit profiling exists, because he got pulled over on the job.
Yeah.
By a black, but it wasn't a white, it was a black officer that did that. So it's a culture issue, right? So like that's why he's like kind of like,
Yeah. Yeah. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, I gotta go because it's almost midnight here.
I gotta go kiss my wife because I came home from the haircut and hopped on here, so she wants to see.
Oh, you're so sweet. When's your baby due? You said your wife is 6 months?
6 months. May 25th is the due date. So how many months is that from? That's
May. Oh my.
maybe
that's
maybe 5 months.
March,
Then?
April, three more months.
Sure, something like
3
that.
more months. Are you
I
ready?
know. No,
You're having a boy though?
we're having a boy. Yeah, and I started like doing like the finances and stuff like that, and like just figuring
Yeah.
out things and just getting things together. But I'm terrified.
Yeah. But you know what? You're having a boy and boys are the best. I love it. If I could have been guaranteed more boys, I would have had more kids. It was the girl that I didn't want anymore. Like no more girls.
But I'm just more so. I'm also. My therapist told me.
Mhm.
Shut up. No, but seriously, though, my therapist told me like I do put a lot of pressure on myself and like trying to be perfect and like make
Yeah.
things, just go off without a hitch, right? Because I don't believe that I have the luxury of not being right 100%, like not being perfect, I should say, right?
Yeah.
So that's my biggest concern is
So you're gonna fail your kid. I think every
Yeah.
parent has that concern. That first of all, that never ends. I'm here to
Yeah.
tell you. Like I have 2 adult children. Almost both of them are. I mean, one of them is almost 23, and the other one's about to be 20. And you never ever stop feeling like you're like just never not gonna fail your kids, or especially when they're babies. You're like, I'm gonna kill them for sure. Like they're not gonna like something's gonna happen, and
Yeah,
I'm not gonna
yeah.
like be there. Like you just have
Yeah.
that just means you're a good parent. Like that's how you're supposed to feel all the time.
Yeah.
So yeah, don't be too hard on yourself because I will say this, you can drive yourself crazy listening to people who have so much advice for you.
Mhm.
And the reality is it's your own experience. Nobody can tell you what it's gonna be like.
Yeah, and it's just like, man, I think this is like, I really want to have a conversation about this. Like,
Yeah.
I need to figure out like an outlet for it though, because like I'm beyond like,
Freaked out.
yeah. I mean, like, I got married in 2022,
Uh-huh.
right?
Oh,
And
you guys are newlyweds.
yeah, but we've been together since 2018.
Mhm.
But that shift to being married, I'm like, oh, this is different. Like,
From being just dating to being
yeah,
married.
right.
Ooh, we gotta talk about that. We gotta have a
Yeah.
show on that.
Yeah, I'm like, this is like, I think because like dating is fun, right? Marriage is
Yeah.
the commitment.
Yeah.
Marriage is, for better or worse, right? For,
Mhm.
I'm your ride or die. I'm going to support us. I'm going to do, make things. And it's just like, and then a kid, I'm like,
Mhm.
oh yeah. Okay. So that marriage thing we did, that's okay. This is a little deeper now. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
so I'm like, good.
Yeah.
So I'm ready, but I'm just beyond terrified.
Yeah.
Eh,
Well, I did it the wrong way, and I had the pregnancy before the marriage, so I
You did,
had
you did
both.
it your way.
Yeah, I did it my way, but trust me, it wasn't the right way to go because I had to do 'em both at the same time. And me and my husband were only together 6 months.
Mhm.
Okay, so it was lickety split, like we got to get it together, you know.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
That's
I mean, like
love
I
right
said,
there.
that's trial by fire, literally.
Yeah.
Like you just you rolled the dice on that one, like. But yeah, that would be a really good show because you know what's funny? It's funny that you bring this up because I was listening to a podcast, and it's actually one of our kind of like partner shows that are on the Truth in the Marketplace that we do here. They are 2 young men who are not married. I think they're both single,
Mhm.
and they are really into this whole red pill movement, like the Andrew Tates and
Oh.
yeah, those guys that just know it all. You know what I mean? Like they've got all the answers, yet none of them are married.
See, back in my day, it was Tucker Max.
I don't even know who that is.
Tucker Max was like, I think his book was like, I hope they serve cold beer in hell, something to that effect. But Tucker Max was the guy back in my day.
Oh,
Yeah, I sound
yeah.
so old, but yeah, yeah,
Yeah. I mean, I think
yeah.
I
It's
think these
just,
men don't really
yeah.
know like what the reality is of like relationships.
It's
They're
I got it. It's because like we have incels, right? Like you have
Mhm.
incels and you have the Andrew Taters. You know what I mean? Like they're the same kind of person, in my opinion. They're just on different sides because
Yeah.
like one's like for like I'm like in here playing video games, in my room, and the other one's like, oh, I'm just like out here living the life, and I nobody's good. I'm just
Yeah.
just, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like, because honestly, I don't think them guys getting any really. They talk a big game.
That's exactly what I think.
But it also I think comes from trauma, right? And it comes from like because I went through that as well. Like, I get my heart broken, so I become like this, like this version of like I don't give a fuck about women,
right?
Because they're all the same, right?
Yeah.
So it's like speaking, like you got your heart broken a couple too many times.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, they're all about like women have to submit and they need to like be in the kitchen, which don't get me wrong, like I'm a very traditional wife, like that. I'm like that, right? Like I am in the kitchen. That's my happy place. I want to be stay-at-home mom in the kitchen, cleaning. Like that's where I'm happy. Like I worked in the corporate world and I'm happy being at home. Like that's what my genetic makeup, calls for
you're
me
a
to do.
nurturer.
I'm a nurturer, right? But these guys like spend their days like shitting on women who, maybe didn't do things the way they felt they should have done them. And maybe they have a kid, unmarried, blah, 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 blah. And yes, some women deserve to be shit on because they're continuing this degenerate behavior and they just, whatever. But they just have this outlook that like, if you are a single mother, even if you have a great job, even if you, are trying to raise your child well, that you're worthless to a man. You have no value to a man. And I just think that is like the worst message.
I'm part of this Facebook group. I don't know how I got in it, but it's called Women Overestimating Their Value. And somehow it always devolves into racism. But aside from that, again, it's like, the single mom post, right? And like talking about like how, if a single mom says, like, oh, I'm just gonna, one man's loss is another man will step up and whatever, take care of me, my kids, something like that. Whenever it becomes like, talking bad about the single mom, right?
Yeah.
But going back to like the submission issue is what these guys do is they figure they can find a woman who might not necessarily be a nurturer like you, right? And make them submit to their will because that's a sign of their masculinity.
Yes.
And, whereas submission is also earned because I guarantee you wouldn't be in your, being a nurturer if you had somebody who wasn't supportive of you, right? Somebody who didn't, take care of you, the needs you need, the way you wanted to be taken care of, right? In order to put yourself in that role, right? If he's demanding that all this be done over, like, for him, because it's your job to do so,
right?
You wouldn't feel
That'd be a
comfortable
different
doing
story,
that. Right?
Yeah.
And they feel that like they can break you into their submission, right? And into bending into their will and to make you, be that woman that you're quote unquote supposed to be because they're such men.
Then
they'll call men like me cucks because I'm a kind of man who like, I'm like, I'll cook, I'll clean, I'll we'll take turns, we'll split the chores in the house.
That's
whatever,
exactly what they would call you.
Right, 100%. Because, and I'm like, I'm cool, but in that though, like my wife also feels like, she is in a place to take care of me as well. You know what I mean? Like she feels supported. She feels like she wants to do things, make dinner, cook, clean, whatever, like, we do have traditional roles in the house, but we also like share them, like I'll cook maybe like twice a month. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. You just pick up the side. The truth of the matter is there is no formula, number one. Okay. Like when you finally do get married and have kids, you realize, holy shit, we're just trying to survive. Okay. Like every man for himself. Like if you could do something for me, that'd be great. Okay. And of course it helps that you love the person because then you're more than willing to help, right? You're more than willing to do whatever you have to do. But this whole, like, there's a formula for how a woman has to be, and there's a formula for how a man has to be. And if these two things come together, then congratulations, you've succeeded in life.
Flip side of that. I'm glad you said that because I told my wife, I was like, I'm not the quote unquote traditional man because I'm very sensitive as well.
Mm-hmm.
Like, she told me that we were expecting a child, and I fucking fell out
You
crying,
bawled.
right? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's just me though. And like
Yeah.
I cried wedding day, I cried purple. I just like I'm emotional, you know what I mean?
Aw. Yeah.
And when things are bothering me, I
Get
don't hold them
emotional.
in. I don't like I don't get emotional to the sense like I'm like, breaking things or like emotional, like where like I'm like super down. Like I will let you know like what's going on, right? It's like I
Yeah.
don't hold it in,
Yeah.
because you can also see it on my face, like something's wrong. You know what I mean? Like I'm very bad at masking.
Same. Yeah.
So, but I told him like, I'm not a traditional man in that sense, right? Like where I'm gonna always have like this straight face all the time. I'm gonna be closed off.
Mm-hmm.
Like I do have outwardly expressions of emotion, and yeah, things do bother me, whatever,
Mm-hmm.
like.
Mm-hmm.
And then I have a fantastic banana bread recipe, and I also make great chocolate chip cookies.
What is it with men and cookies and banana bread? I don't
Really,
understand.
it's probably like the easiest thing for us to make then, because like although I made a sushi salmon bake a couple of nights ago.
Oh yeah, those are good.
That was
Mhm.
man, throw that thing up.
Fire.
Man, let me tell you, you get that Japanese mayo.
Yes. Oh, the Kewpie or the not the
Yeah.
Kewpie, the spicy mayo you're talking about, or
No,
the
the
Kewpie
Kewpie.
mayo?
The Kewpie. You
Yeah.
got like Kewpie inside.
So
There was some
good.
cream cheese and some salmon and some of that imitation crab.
Yeah.
Connie, there it is.
You
So
got to
that-
try the spicy sriracha mayo.
I got that too. I see.
Oh.
I made my own eel sauce. See what I didn't tell you about? Okay, so like,
Oh, so good.
so what I did is I took the white rice, okay, and I
Mhm.
steamed the rice and I cooked it just short because it was going to go in the oven, so I had to cook it short, okay.
Yeah.
Then I mixed up some rice wine vinegar and some sugar,
Yeah.
in a cup, and I poured it on top of my white rice to make almost like sushi rice in a way, right? So I did that.
Yeah.
Bam, okay, and also it keeps it moist. So like when it's in the fridge and it's drying out, it's still moist because I have extra liquid inside there, okay.
Mhm.
And then I took my my salmon, I baked it for a little bit, then I shredded it. I cooked it short as well because it's going back in the oven, so I cooked that short. I shredded it, in a bowl, and inside the bowl I also threw my cream cheese and my my Kewpie mayo,
Yeah.
and my flaked crab, and stirred it up,
Yes.
and then like I
Oh,
layered
that sounds
the
good.
rice with some nori on top some sheets I tore up, and
Mhm.
put the mixture on top of that right there. Then I baked that again. I pulled that out. Then I had made my own eel sauce while I was baking. So I drizzled my eel sauce on top of it with some spicy sriracha mayo.
Dang. Does your wife eat the what you cook? Does
Yeah.
she
Oh
eat
yeah.
it?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
See, she must be a happy pregnant woman because
She be terrible. Yeah. She like. Yeah. I cook. I cook I cook heavy. That's also like
good.
I cook. I'll cook big meals, but I like flavor.
Yes.
So
Me
like,
too. I forget. I remember on your page there's lots of food. You like to eat.
I love eating. I love eating.
Me
man.
too.
I love.
That's like
I love just
food is my love language.
yeah. And I specifically like I can go play like somebody. I was talking to somebody that was taking a trip to Mexico City. I was
Yeah.
like, all right, you got to go to Pujol. Like that's like a Michelin star rated restaurant that's omakase served Mexican, omakase style. It's like one of the best restaurants in the world in Mexico City. And I'm like people go places, like I tell them you have to go here. Like I have it so bad. Like I have like my Google Maps
Yeah.
just specifically for places I want to go eat at when I travel.
Yeah.
And like I'm
I'm
flagging
like that
all over.
too.
Yeah. It's really a problem.
It really isn't though.
It's it's so bad that I gotta get in a second, but it's so bad that like yesterday or 2 days ago, I was watching TV and like I was
Yeah.
about to land on Guy's grocery games. And
Oh.
I was like,
You
babe,
can't.
I can't do this. I can't do this anymore because the only thing I watch is Food Network.
Yes, and then you want to cook at night. Does that happen to you? Like you watch these shows at night and then you just want to start cooking.
I start cooking. So then my solution instead of watching Food Network is that I watch Plated, the other food channel.
Like, wait a minute, that's the same thing.
Because I ended up on Plated because that's where
Oh.
because like when you turn on the Samsung TVs, it gives you like the
Yeah.
Samsung TV Plus. So
Yeah.
that's always on a food channel.
Yep.
Then I go on DirecTV. That's always or Hulu now. That's always on Food Network.
Because food makes you happy.
I can't stop watching food shows.
Yeah, well, because food is the great uniter. That's what I say. Like, if we all
Yeah.
just sat down and had a meal together, we could literally change the world. That's why I said this to Soonie. I was like, we need to have a show like where we just like cook up our dish, like our favorite dish, and then we do like a show, but like a mukbang and just like eat food and like talk because I
Yo,
feel like
no, for real. Like that's honestly like an idea that I
yeah.
wanted to do. Seriously, I swear to you. Meals with strangers is what it was called, right? And especially like
Yes.
just like a random meal with like just a random person talk about even politics, right? Just talk and just get to know them,
Like
and
the
just like
dude that does the wings,
I don't
the
what's that?
spicy wings. Who's that guy that he
Is it
makes people
some
like in
hot ones?
hot ones? Yeah, and he makes them
Okay.
go spicier and spicier. But yeah,
Yeah.
it's just eating and talking.
But yeah, that's like I just want random people to just like know your story and I think especially like in this political climate, if we were to do
Mhm.
that, especially with people that would perhaps serve a cultural meal, you know,
Mhm.
and
Mhm.
and we could talk about geopolitics, talk about culture issues, talk about just a lot of things. So like I think that would break down a lot of barriers,
Totally.
100%. You know,
Totally.
because you might find some stuff out of some kind of you never knew that you even enjoyed. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You might enjoy some doberwa and some injera. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, I'm telling you,
Ethiopian food.
we've been on the same dude. Sudi is like, man, we should have a show like where we bring like people who have never been like for her neighborhood, right? Like people who have never been to like a hood spot or like a
Yeah.
barbecue in the hood, right?
Yes.
Just bring
Yes.
somebody who's never experienced that. Or in my case, like to a Hispanic dinner, like with Hispanic people, we're just like
Yes.
yelling at each other, but we're like, it's all
Right.
love, but it just seems crazy. You know what I mean? But
And then speaking of that yelling, right?
yeah.
That's one thing I said about Trump. To take it back to that real quick is that people are like, I'm like, y'all got to stop being so damn sensitive because the dude's from New York.
Mhm.
That's how New Yorkers
That's how they
are.
talk. Yeah.
Right.
That's how they
I
talk.
was like, y'all got to be stop being so sensitive. And
Yeah.
like, because that it comes across brash and bombastic, all that stuff, right? Like
Yeah.
that's how it is in that part of the country, right?
That's right. Yep.
But again, it comes back to people not getting out of their little itty bitty
Bubbles.
box and right.
Mhm.
And failing to understand how, the world outside of their made up world or, whatever media they choose to consume outside of that, like how
Yeah.
things actually work.
Yeah. Hey, maybe next time I'm in California, we'll film our our trial
I would
episode
love
of
to.
Food with Friends.
I
What
would
did you call
love
it?
to. Food with meals with Mo, meals with
Meals with
strangers,
strangers,
food
whatever.
with friends,
We got to
fast
come up.
friends, food, something like that.
Yeah, we got to come up with something, and then that's
I'd
what
love
we'll
to.
do.
Let's do it. No, and I'm very upset. I'm very upset that you didn't even post that you were in California, because if you would have, I would have said something.
I know, and I didn't because I probably would have gotten a lot of messages, and I was there for my godson's baby shower. Him and his wife are having a baby, and I like last minute trip booked it.
Do you mind telling me what city or the first letter of the city that you were in?
Murrieta.
Oh man, you down 215.
I know. I was super close, and then I came in
on.
San Diego, but then I left out of Ontario. So yeah,
come on.
I know, but I'll be back. She's my best friend. She lives right there, so
Dang.
I won't forget next time.
What X off of Marietta? It's
She's Murrieta Hot Springs.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was trying to think of one that was like Canyon Lake, but that's like there's yeah, okay, not
Yeah.
Boxcar, but yeah, okay, Marietta Springs.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, dang.
I know.
Messed up.
I know. I'm sorry, but I'll be back there because she's like,
Okay.
you need to come back. So for sure.
Yeah. No, please do hit me up, and then I'll even cover the production budget. Yeah, it's all by the meal.
We just gotta find. Listen, we gotta find the stranger. That's what we need to do. We need to find the stranger that we're gonna have a meal with.
These shows are always fake, so they're always scripted anyway. So you can be the stranger I run into.
No, I don't want to be scripted. I want to do like a real show. Like,
Okay. A real. Okay. Let's.
I want to do.
Yeah,
No,
let's
I
do
want
it.
to do this for real. Like,
I would
really
love
want to do
to.
this.
Let's
Yeah,
make it happen.
I think this would be new and fresh. That nobody's ever done anything like this.
Because again, like our whole thing is, like we can have differing opinions.
Yeah.
But we don't have to just be complete fucking assholes to each other, just because our opinions are different from each other.
That's right.
That's and that's that's what I feel. I was like, we can have a conversation, just being like, yeah, cool, let's have a meal and just be cool and just talk.
Right. And nobody can be an asshole when your stomach is happy.
Yeah. And when your mouth is full because you can't be talking anyway. It's just like, oh, wait, mama didn't teach you no better. Close your mouth, boy. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
All right.
Well, I'm going to close out the show. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you, Patty. Thank you, Patty. By the way, I just saw Patty. Thank you, Patty.
Yeah, we're going to have you back. I know Soonie, she's probably going to talk to me tomorrow. She's going to be like, I loved him. He's cool.
Yeah, I would love
can
to
have
come
him
back.
back.
I would
Yeah.
love to. Yeah, I'm glad we made it happen. And it's definitely, I just like talking to you guys, honestly.
Yeah.
Because
It's fun.
This is a bit, I swear to you, like, even like when I do my episodes of like my shows, this just seems to go by so much faster, even though it's longer.
Yeah.
Because I just like the conversation more
Yeah.
so. Like I'm not struggling to like pull up points, you know. So thank you for being just so fun and easy to talk to.
Yeah. No, I can't believe we've been on for almost 4 hours. That's crazy.
Yes, yeah.
Crazy.
Did the whole show.
Yep. All right, my friend. Well, we'll be in
All right.
contact,
good.
and you have a good night.
You too. Bye.
All right. Bye, guys. Thanks for
Bye.
watching.
Patriotic summer.